Imagine a horizon of black water so smooth it looks like polished glass. The moon hangs low and swollen, a lantern just above the line where sea meets sky. Silver paths ripple toward you like veins, each one widening, narrowing, breathing. You stand barefoot on cold sand. The wind is shy. The air tastes like salt and metal. The ocean does not crash tonight. It inhales, it exhales. The surface lifts and settles as if a chest is rising and falling in sleep. Under the pale light, the whole planet feels alive. Not busy, not loud. Alive. Like one living body. Listen to the slow draw of water across the flats. It doesn't come as a single wave. It comes as a long lean, a patient reach, a spread of thin shine pulling across footprints and small shells and stranded foam. Then the draw eases back, as if the ocean is thinking, and returns with slightly more reach, as if it has made up its mind. The moon is closer than you expect. It seems to weigh more tonight. When it leans toward the world, the water answers. The sea is a lung, and the moon is the rhythm maker. You watch tide pools turn to mirrors. You watch mirrors turn to streams. Starfish slide under the hush of returning water. A crab lifts one leg and then another, like it is counting the seconds by feel. Nothing hurries, nothing argues. The moon pulls, the ocean follows, and every small thing obeys. You can feel that pull inside your own body, in the slow steadiness of your breath, in your pulse, which softens to match the metronome above you. It is easy to believe that the world is happiest when a simple rule is in charge. But the rule is strange. The closer the moon, the more the planet moves. That seems backwards. A thing far away should be the quiet thing. Yet here, the lantern hovers low, and here the ocean lifts higher than it did last night. It fills the channels farther. It leaves the shore sooner. What is silent and distant reaches into your hands and your bones. You cannot see the cord. You cannot see the hand. But you can see its work everywhere. A line of dark kelp, where water, touch it and left, a cliff foot washed clean, a boat rope tightening with no one holding it. Imagine this same night 1,000 years ago. A small fire up the beach, nets drying on driftwood stakes, eyes checking the glow of the moon the way you check a clock. The people here do not say gravity. They say timing. They say good hunting. They say the water will be there, and there by dawn. They carve marks on bone. They notch sticks. They teach their children to listen to stone steps and foam voices. To these people, the moon is not a decoration. It is a teacher. It tells them when the muscles will release. It tells them when the sandbar will appear like a road. Mainstream science offers a calm voice over your shoulder. It tells you that the moon's pull lifts the ocean into long bulges that slide around the world as the planet turns. It tells you the water is patient but obedient, that friction against the seafloor slows the earth by a whisper, that the moon collects a tiny toll and slowly drifts away. That drift is not a story you can see in one life. It is a whisper you hear only if you press your ear to very old stone. Yet on a night like this, with a lantern so low and a sea so awake, the ancient whisper feels like a shout. Fringe thinkers step into the circle of firelight, too. Some say the moon did not always belong to us, that it arrived later and learned to live in our sky. They point to myths of a dark time when nights had stars but no white coin to lead travelers home. Others claim the moon once skimmed closer, close enough to throw tides up river mouths and into inland basins that are now quiet fields. They read old flood stories like weather logs. They see the same map you do, coastlines, deltas, drowned forests, and say, "The lantern leaned closer." And then the oldest voices, the ones that speak in stories, enter. They tell of night fish that only rise when the white eye opens. They tell of boats that wait for a gate of wet sand to appear like a promise, and of hunters who move like shadows along that gate to chase seals that have nowhere else to go. They tell of a sea that walks toward the people, and then bows and walks away again, holding its breath like a friendly giant who wants to show you a trick. In those tales, the moon is not cold. It is kind and moody and proud, a being that prefers to keep its own schedule. Look down at your feet. The silver skin returns. It covers your toes, your ankles, the prints you left. Then lets go again. The beach remembers and forgets in the same minute. When the sea leaves, it leaves gifts. Coils of eelgrass, smooth stones, a bird's footprint that points like an arrow. When it returns, it edits. It smooths the page. It invites you to write. Again, in that erasing and rewriting, you feel the planet practicing something older than weather. A breath, a pulse, a pattern you can live inside. As the tide leans toward you one more time, ask a simple question. If the sea is a lung, what else in the body of Earth is moving right now? What other deep muscles are flexing when the moon lifts its face? What bones feel the tug? Somewhere beyond this beach, rock is holding its breath. Somewhere, a cliff is listening. Somewhere, time itself is learning how to count by water. Picture dawn on a coast of black cliffs, polished by centuries of spray. The tide has fallen for hours. Ribbons of wetness cling to the rock, like the shiny rings on a tree trunk. Every level is a memory. Each line shows how far the sea reached on some night, in some storm, in some season when the moon and wind agreed to work as one. The cliffs are not smooth. They are carved. Caves open like dark mouths. Arches rise like the ribs of a stone whale. Platforms lie flat and wide, as if cut by hands. But they were not. The same patient pull that lifted the water lifted the tool. You step onto a shelf studded with limpet shells and barnacles. The rock is hard, basalt or granite, a heavy word you can feel through your boots, yet it carries the marks of a soft force. Water, foam, sand, time. Can something you cannot hold shape a thing you cannot break? It can, and it does. The force you cannot see sculpts the land you cannot ignore. The tide wears the cliff's ankle, until the ankle becomes a knee. The knee becomes a cavern, the cavern a broken arch, the arch a pile of tame boulders that the next tide will roll like dice. Mainstream voices explain. Water dissolves, freezes, expands. It pries tiny cracks wider. Salt crystals grow. Waves batter weak layers. The tide is the clock that brings these tools to the same workbench twice a day. The result is a coast that looks designed, but is simply disciplined. Over lifetimes, shorelines step back, bays widen, streams adjust their mouths like a singer adjusting breath. Where rock is soft, the sea writes fast. Where rock is tough, the sea writes small and lets wind finish the sentence. Erosion is not chaos. It is a method with many hands. Fringe researchers tilt their heads and say, "Look closer." They point to level platforms that run for miles with the same height, as if calibrated. They argue that ancient people might have helped the sea finish the work, cutting, pounding, setting stones into patterns that make catching fish easier when the moon opens the gate. They walk you along low walls that vanish into kelp, telling you these are weirs, not accidents, that the coast is not only shaped by tide, it is tuned to it. They imagine lost harbors built on shelves now drowned by a few meters of rise. The old stories echo again. Grandparents tell of steps the sea climbed during a strange winter, of a cave where waves spoke like drums, of a line on the cliff where the water kissed the stone and left a dark love mark that never quite faded. Fishers talk about the flood that took the cedar, or the ebb that revealed the bronze anchor, as if they are naming relatives. Some say the stone eats everything that waits too close to the edge. Others say the stone remembers who was kind and returns a gift when the tide is lowest and the moon is thin. Walk along the line where grass yields to spray. You'll find tide lines like shelves in a library. Each one is a band of small lives, a darker green where sea lettuce thrives, a crust of white where barnacles grip, a black satin where algae burn in summer sun, a pale patch where limpets graze in lazy circles. These bands show you where water lingers longest. They are not art. They are habit turned visible. The sea is teaching the cliff how to keep time by touch. Now kneel and trace your finger across an old notch, an empty groove just above the present tide. It is dry now, but it looks polished, as if something once passed this way twice a day for years and years. It did. The ocean's edge is not a single line. It is a moving choir. Every place it sings to learns the song. If you could listen longer, you would hear a slow chord, the daily note, the monthly hum, the seasonal swell, the once in a decade shout when storm and perigee align, and the sea climbs 3 extra steps. Engineers study these places to learn what to fear and how to build. They set markers and take photos from the same spot for decades. Their pictures turn into flip books, where the arches fall and the ledges sink, and the beaches move like sleeping animals. They design walls, but the water speaks last. It finds a seam. It makes one if it must. It arrives on a night when the moon is closest, and the wind forgets its manners. Doors swell. Streets turn silver. A city is reminded that it sits inside a patient sculpture. If tides can carve stone, what do they do to minds? That thought comes to you as you stand under a cliff that wears its rings like armor. People who live here set their days to a clock without numbers. They eat when the flats are open. They cross when the sandbar shows its back. They hold meetings when the boat can reach the right side of the river. Markets rise and close by water, not by hour. Children learn to count the phases of the moon before they count months. Lovers plan to meet on a ledge that exists only between the 2nd and 6th hour after the high. Time, in such a place, is not a line. It is a loop. The present is a place you visit again and again, and each visit has a slightly different light. A year is not a straight road in a calendar. It is a circle drawn by the hand of water. And on rare nights, when the sea climbs the stairs higher than anyone remembers, the circle stutters, and the town tells the story again. They say the moon was lower. They say the sea had a reason. They say the cliff learned a new note in the old song. You look back along the coast you walked. Everywhere the ocean touched is shinier than what it left dry. The tide is turning once more, the breath going the other way. A gull stands on one leg and watches the slow reveal of small worlds. You wonder what a day feels like to a barnacle, to a crab, to a child who counts the return of water the way other children count hours. If an unseen force sculpts rock, what does it do to the human idea of time itself? When the sea writes the schedule, what happens to the clock? Imagine evening gathering fast over a wide beach. Shadows run across the flats, like shy animals. The sun drops, and you think the night will be dark. It isn't. The moon is fat and bright. Sand turns to pearl. Wet places glow like someone lit. Candles everywhere at once. You feel two truths at the same time. The day was short, but the night does not feel empty. The lantern above seems to stretch it, not by hours but by attention. Your eyes stay open. Your steps grow slower. You are not tired. You are quiet. Now picture Earth long ago, when a day was shorter than the one you know. The planet spun a touch faster. Sunrise came sooner after moonset. The world had a quick heartbeat. If you lived then, you might not count minutes differently. You would count moments differently. Fishermen would wait for a different window. Birds might wake a little earlier. Coral may have written thin lines for each day, in tight spirals you can still see if you cut them like a cake and count the rings. The sky would have turned with more urgency, but the moon would still have poured milk on the water. Mainstream science explains this with a steady voice. The ocean rubs on the seafloor and shores as it moves. That rubbing steals a whisper of the Earth's spin energy and pays it to the moon. The moon takes that payment by drifting away little by little. Our days grow longer by small amounts, slower than a heartbeat grows in a sleeping child. It is not something a person can feel in one life. It is something the planet notices over great pages of time. The paradox remains. Even as the moon edges away, the night under a full moon still feels rich, like a second kind of day. Fringe voices float in, soft as mist. Some say there were ages when the moon swung closer for a while, then backed off, like a pendulum that learned to slow down. They imagine eras when nights shone like festivals for months, when lantern-bright tides taught animals to move in new patterns. They ask if old myths of brighter nights are memory or poetry. Others tell stories of people who could read that silver light the way you read a book, finding fish, finding safe paths across shining mud, finding each other across long beaches with nothing but footprints and a calling moon. Myth climbs down from the hills and joins the shore. Farmers speak of harvest moons that turn night work into gentle labor. Sailors speak of nights so bright a man could shave on deck. Elders tell the children that some choices should be made by daylight, but some are clearer when the world is pale and calm, and the eyes notice what they miss under the shouting sun. Festivals rise and fall with the white disk, not with the calendar. Lovers meet when the moon is full, because the night seems made for moving slow and seeing far. Now think of your own body. You have a clock in your head that follows the sun. You feel it when you wake too early or stay up too late. But there are other clocks too, quieter ones, in your blood and your skin and your mood. The moon may not rule them, but it taps the glass now and then. It asks your tides to answer. Nightlight keeps some people awake. It draws fishermen to the water's edge. It nudges birds to hop a little farther along the sand in search of tiny shells that gleam like tiny moons. Imagine a city by the sea on a night like this. Streetlights flicker on, but the moon does most of the work. People walk without looking at their phones. Children chase their shadows and laugh at how sharp they look on the pale sand. Somewhere far beyond, the ocean is holding its breath again. The shorter day is not a loss. It is an invitation to a longer feeling. Under the lantern's calm, senses stretch. You begin to believe that the world's rhythm is not measured only by clocks and screens, but by how long the heart is willing to listen. Climate listens too. That thought creeps in while you watch fog drift like lace across the dune grass. If days change length across deep time, and if nights lean brighter when the moon is close and full, how does air learn a new rhythm? Winds blow because heat moves from warm places to cool places. Clouds drift because the sun warms one side of the world and leaves the other to chill. But what if the moon, with no warmth of its own, adds a second drum beat, a pull you can't feel on your skin but can see in the sky's slow dance? Mainstream meteorologists lift their hands to explain the polite part. The atmosphere has its own tides, small rises and falls in pressure that march around the planet. Some are driven by the sun's heating. Some, quieter and slower, are nudged by the moon's gravity. Air swells and thins, not by meters like the sea, but by the width of a whisper. Those whispers can steer clouds. They can tilt the path of a breeze. Over many nights they can turn a calm coastline into a place where fog is more likely after bright moons, where dews are heavier, where sleep is lighter. Fringe weather watchers lean on the harbor rail and say they see bigger patterns. They keep notebooks. They swear that storms punch harder when bright nights and close moons line up with certain winds. They are not always right, but they are not always wrong. Old almanacs carry tables of moon phases next to planting advice and tide charts. Some of it is science. Some of it is superstition that has paid rent for so long it feels like law. Between the two is a truth. People have always watched the sky and tried to live on its good side. The myths answer with animals and gods. In one story, the moon is a silver drummer who tells the sea when to dance, and the sky when to breathe. In another, a great white bird flaps its wings to raise clouds, then folds them at the moon's request. In another, the moon is a hunter's lamp, and the wind is his dog. They hunt together. They rest together. They argue in storms. The important part is not which story is exact. It is that the stories teach attention. They tell you to look up, look out, look long, and trust that pattern is a kind of kindness. Stand again on the edge of the water. The lantern has risen 2 fist widths since you first watched it. The sea has slid forward and now slides back. Above you, high clouds move, with ceremony, like pale continents drifting on a black ocean. If you listen with patience, you might hear the sky's breath, a widening in the silence, a soft tightening, a pause so gentle it feels like politeness. If the sea is a lung, the sky is the sigh that follows. You feel small but not alone. You feel guided by something that is not trying to impress you. When the clock speeds up, but the light grows, climate must find a new rhythm. That rhythm may be small as a leaf's shiver or wide as a season. It may touch the time rain begins or the hour fog leaves. It may tilt the chances of frost toward one side of the month. You won't see it tomorrow. You will feel it over years, like a habit your home slowly teaches you. The question rises as the wind turns a little cooler and the moon sharpens its reflection on the next wave. When the sky learns to breathe at the moon's request, who listens most closely? Look up. The clouds, high, thin, and patient, slide like islands in a slow river. They are not rushing anywhere. The moon sails among them, and sometimes a cloud veils it, so that the lantern becomes a soft coin in gauze. If you could place a very light hand on the air. You might feel a repeat pattern, a hush and a lift, as if the atmosphere itself is rising on tiptoe and settling back. The ocean obeys gravity with big gestures. The sky obeys with tiny ones, but tiny, repeated long enough, writes a language of its own. Imagine a field of tall grasses inland. There is no sea here, but the moon still hangs low tonight. The grasses tremble, pause and tremble again, though no strong wind blows. In the town nearby, a barometer needle leans a hair and then returns, an eye blink for the air. Birds change perches. A dog lifts its head and does not know why. These are the sky's tides, small but steady. You can live a whole life without noticing them and still be carried by them, the way a sleeper's chest rises and falls while the mind dreams of something else. Mainstream scientists explain this with loving detail. The sun heats the atmosphere during the day, and the upper air at the equator most of all, making daily thermal tides that circle the world like waves in slow motion. The moon's gravity adds a second pattern, grace notes on the main melody. The lunar part is weaker than the solar part, but it is there. Instruments hear it even when eyes do not. When the two tides line up, the sky's breath is a little deeper. When they oppose, the breath is a little shallower. Over oceans, these patterns can nudge winds that nudge currents, that nudge weather. Fringe voices and weatherfolk traditions add color. Fishermen swear their nets sit better under certain moons. Farmers talk about dew so heavy after some full moons that the fields feel rained on at dawn. Travelers say fog on a bright night is a trickster, appearing and hiding like a shy animal. You could test each claim with numbers and find a mix of truth and charm. Still, the habit of watching the moon to guess the morning is a kind of wisdom. It keeps people in rhythm with slow things. It trains the eye to notice what changes when a light climbs or falls. Myths give the sky a face so that children can love it. In one tale, the night air is a sleeping giant's breath. When the moon strokes the giant's hair, the breath deepens and clouds billow like blankets. In another, the moon is a flute player, and the wind is the song that comes from it. Storms are the wild notes. Calms are the long ones. In every version, the sky listens. The moon smiles. And far to the north and south, where ice waits like a quiet audience, something old remembers how to answer. Stand once more by the shore. The moon is higher now. The water is closer. The high clouds thin to shine. You can almost hear the atmosphere whisper, rise, pause, fall, while the sea keeps its larger count. Your own breath mirrors both patterns without any effort. A flock of small birds darts low and quick along the bright line where water meets sand. They scoot ahead of the thin, lips of foam as if the foam is a polite guest who will not step on their toes. You turn your face toward the darker horizon where cold lives. There, beyond your sight, shelves of ice float on black water. Their surfaces look hard and permanent, but they rise and fall too. They bend when waves go under them. They sigh when pressure changes. If the sky has learned to breathe, those shelves may be listening. If the moon's whisper can nudge air, and air can nudge water, perhaps the great white edges of the world can be tuned like drums. Crack, flex, settle, breathe. You feel the question arrive as gently as the night itself. If the sky heeds the moon, how will ice answer? Imagine a wide brown river under a pale sky, so calm that it looks asleep. The morning is quiet. Mist hangs like thin cloth over the water. On the bank, fishermen set their baskets, check their knots, and nod to each other in the slow way of people who know the river's moods. Then a low sound grows from downstream, a breath before speech, a flat thunder that rolls like a drum on its side. The surface tightens. Small ripples gather and stack. You hear shouting. You see men step back. Around the bend, a shining wall of water arrives, not falling toward the sea, but climbing toward the hills. It looks like a glassy fang biting the river's throat. This is a tide bore. The river, servant of gravity, turns and runs against itself. Fresh water retreats from its source as if pulled by an invisible rope. Stand on a wooden jetty that creaks under your weight. The bore hits the pilings and jumps. Behind it, the calm river becomes a fast street, full of waves that push upstream. Boats swing their bows toward the hills. Loose branches race the wrong way. For a minute, the river is two minds in one body. One mind still drifting down in the deep, the other mind rushing up on the skin. People have stories for this. They say the moon is drinking. They say the dragon in the estuary has turned in its sleep. They say the sea has decided to visit the mountains and will not be told no. Mainstream science lays a simple map over the marvel. The ocean's tide rises and noses into the river mouth. If the channel is narrow, shallow, and shaped like a horn, the push can steepen into a moving front, a traveling step. The tide is not magic. It is timing and shape. Where river slope is gentle, where banks pinch the flow, where the moon swings closer and the wind leans hard from offshore, the salt visitor grows teeth. It runs upstream at the speed of a horse. It shouts with a single voice the whole valley can hear. Then it softens into long-standing waves and slow swirls that still go the wrong way. Fringe thinkers lean on a railing and talk about older versions of the world. They say there were ages when the moon hung lower and these bores were bigger, brighter, and stranger. Walls of water tall enough to tip small boats like toys and strong enough to flood fields that sit dry today. They point to ridges of sand far inland. They walk you to stones rubbed smooth where no modern tide can reach. They ask if farmers built their villages on hills because the sea once bit deeper into the river's mouth. They write in old notebooks about silver-headed rivers that learned to bow to the lantern in the sky. Myth walks with bare feet along the bank and speaks softly. In one story, the river is a long blue snake who promises to bring the sea a gift twice a day. In another, a white deer drinks at the river's source, and when the moon calls, the deer pulls water back toward her. Elders warn children to step away when the river grows a line on its forehead and begins to run backward. It is not angry, they say, just remembering the ocean it came from. At the highest tides, drums are played on the bank, not to fight the bore, but to greet it, to say, "We see you." The bore passes, but the river does not relax. It fills beyond what you thought possible, lifts boats into reeds, turns quiet creeks into fast sluices that run uphill. The backward flow slows, then stops, then sighs and becomes a long, heavy stand, as if the river is holding its breath. Then, with no trumpet, it chooses the old way again and begins to fall toward the sea. Fishermen who know this place set their lives by this flip. They plant baskets when the water goes one way, pull them when the water goes the other. They raise their children to hear a tide on a still day, to read a ruffled patch long before it arrives. Picture other rivers, far away, where this same trick happens under different names. A brown wall rolling through a forest, a silver tongue curling across a muddy plain, a pale serpent sliding into a city, and washing stairs, doorways, and stones with salt breath. Wherever rivers reverse, time itself feels strange. Morning tasks move to night. Food appears where land was dry yesterday. A road of wet sand opens for an hour, then vanishes. A town square becomes a mirror, and then a stone again. The moon is writing a schedule on the water that people must learn to read. Now ask the hard question while the last wrinkles of the bore fade into upstream calm. When the moon can turn a river around and run it like a film played backward, what happens at the world's frozen margins? If a soft pull can flip a current, what can it do to ice that floats on black seas or stands with 1 foot in salt water and 1 foot on land? If a river can remember the ocean, can ice remember the tide? The bore leaves behind a quiet channel and a restless thought that walks with you toward the mouth of the river and out to the place where rock, salt, and water argue in slow voices. Imagine a low tide revealing a city the sea built by hand. The ground under your feet is honeycombed rock, warm from the sun and wet with thin sheets of retreating water. Pools lie stranded like fallen mirrors, each one holding a perfect moon, even in daylight. Black snails write cursive across green film. Anemones furl and unfurl, small red mouths sipping the last of the flood. Beyond, arches bite into the air, stone ribs arched by waves, not chisels. Cliffs wear pockets and bowls, shelves and steps, as if carved by careful tools. But the tool is patient water. The hardest things have bowed to the softest motion. Kneel beside a pool and run a finger along its edge. The lip is smooth as bone. Beneath the surface, tiny darting shapes hide among forests of weed and minarets of barnacle. Listen to the splash below the arch, where the next small wave goes to die. Every curve, every notch, every shelf has a story with one word repeated again. Not one blow, but many. Not one storm, but 1,000. Stone that was once wild with edges now opens itself to the moon's counting fingers twice a day, and to the sun's clear gaze in between. The mainstream story is steady and sure. Salt works its way into cracks. When water dries, crystals grow and push. Rain seeps and freezes in winter, expanding and prying. Acid in water kisses certain minerals until they release their grip. Limpets and urchins chew. Bacteria etch. Wind carries grains of sand that sandblast ledges while the tide rests. Waves bend around points, focus their force, and make crescents and caves. Over years, the shore becomes a book you can read. Platforms at one height, where the sea sat long. Honeycomb, taphony, where salt fed on sandstone. Pillars where hard layers protect soft ones until they fail and fall. Fringe voices at a line of wonder. They stand on wide, level rock that runs straight for a mile and ask if ancient hands helped. Here a line of stones like a low wall. They're a V-shaped trap that fills and empties like a stone net. They speak of sea gardens, places tuned to the tide, where people arrange the coast to feed them. The water doing the lifting, the stones doing the counting, the moon doing the timing. They point to blocks that look too regular, to grooves that follow the moon's ladder, and they ask if we have forgotten some of our oldest architecture. Buildings with no roofs, designed for storms. Myth walks the edges in a bright cloak and leaves offerings of shells. In one tale, the sea sent couriers to carve thrones for the moon, and these were the arches. In another, small stone workers come at night, Salt elves with crystal chisels, singing as they hollow bowls for star water to rest in. Fishermen talk about the old queen's steps, a stair of ledges where their grandfathers met when the tide dropped to a certain mark. Children are taught not to shout under the arch, not because a spirit will be angry, but because a big voice can bring a big wave. Respect is the oldest law here. Walk farther along the platform while the tide keeps falling. You see where rock has surrendered to rhythm. The language is not gentle, but it is fair. Everything gets the same chances. Everything is sand one day, even the hardest stone bows in time. If rock can yield, what of ice? You think of white cliffs that float at the ends of the world, cliffs that look unmoved by anything, and yet you remember the river that ran backward and the boar that climbed its own slope. If water can teach stone to sit and wait for the next wave, can the moon teach ice to move, to kneel, to breathe? The last pools flash as clouds pass over the sun. Arches throw their shadows like long, cool doors across the platform. Far beyond, a dark line on the horizon marks the returning tide. You take a final look at the honeycomb walls, the stranded mirrors, the salt lace on the rocks, and you feel the pull of another scene, colder and wider, where the mirrors are miles long and the arches are ridges of wind-carved snow. If rock surrenders to rhythm, will ice? The question travels with you as the first feel of evening arrives, and the path turns north in your mind. Picture a plain so white that it glows under a moon that looks close enough to touch. The air is clear and brittle. It snaps in your nose with each breath. Snow is not flat here. It is combed into long ridges, sastrugi, that point, like white arrows across the world. Every ridge is edged with blue light, not the blue of summer sky, but a deep bottled blue that hides in ice when it grows thick and pure. You stand still and hear almost nothing. A far crack, a small hiss of fine snow running on harder snow, the tiny silk sound of your own coat moving as you turn. The coldest place on earth shines like porcelain, and every detail is drawn sharper by borrowed light. Moonlight on ice feels different from moonlight on water. The sea moves and scatters light in 1,000 threads. Ice gathers light and gives it back in a steady way, soft, even, calm. If you look down into a pressure ridge where the sheets grind, you see blue like the inside of a glacier's heart. If you look up at the high plate, you see a ghost of the moon repeated in 1,000 tiny facets until the whole ground seems to hum. Some nights the aurora walks there too, green silk over white china, while the moon waits and watches. Mainstream, science draws gentle diagrams in the snow with a gloved finger. Ice is white because it reflects almost everything. That is albedo, a simple word for a powerful shield. Moonlight adds no heat, yet it paints the surface so bright that your eyes feel warm. The cold remains. The light is alone, not a gift. In some conditions, the hard surface releases heat to the clear sky even faster under a bright, dry night. The paradox holds. The most frozen lands appear warm to the eyes, but the thermometer tells you that beauty is not mercy. Fringe stories bring small sparks to this white room. Explorers whisper about living ice, places where the snow glows faintly on its own, as if breathing. Scientists speak of ice crystals shining with moon halos, of plates and columns in the air, bending light into rings and pillars that make the moon wear a crown. Old journals mention blue fires under the skin of glaciers, light trapped and released by strange angles and air bubbles. Are these proofs of something more? Or are they the mind's way of making poetry in a place that offers few words and no trees? Myth sets down a fur pack and begins to tell old winter tales. The moon is the mother of seals, says one song. She walks over the ice each month and checks the holes where her children breathe. If the breathing places are clear, she smiles and makes the night bright. If the holes are crusted, she taps the ice with her white staff, and the hunters sleep, and no one eats, until they sing to her. In another story, the moon is a white fox whose tail sweeps the ice clean so the world can see itself. She likes to see her reflection. If clouds come, she chases them with small teeth. People listen to these stories in warm sealskin tents while a bright circle moves slow outside, and frost grows on the inside of the roof like a forest of small spears. Now think of animals who read this light like a book. Penguins cross blue plates under full moons, moving as if the ground is a river of glass. Seals climb onto ice that looks like slate and shine like coins. Even the slow bear, heavy and quiet, uses the long, soft light to travel where thin ice could break in dark. Snow petrels turn their pale bellies to the sky and become pieces of the moon itself. On these nights, the edge between danger and safety shifts a finger's width. Far crevasses glow a shade darker. Distant ridges show their spines. A hunter's shadow stretches for 100 meters, a dark thread in a white weave. Does a brighter night weaken the grip of winter or tighten it? The answer refuses to sit still. Under some skies, bright, dry nights mean deeper cold. Under others, a thin skin of cloud with a near full moon can hold the warmth in like a blanket, making a hard place briefly kinder. The light helps eyes and hurts heat. The balance is a song with many verses, and the moon only sings a few of them. We do not get to pick which ones we hear on our one night out. You walk until your breath makes small clouds that freeze and fall as glitter on your coat. The moon climbs and shrinks, climbing and shrinking the way it always does. You stop on the edge of a frozen bay and look toward the far black line where the ice meets open sea. Out there, in the dark, you cannot see. White walls end with their feet in salt water. They are not still. They are kneeling, standing, kneeling again. They are listening to something under the water and far away. If the coldest landscapes shine by borrowed light, do they also move by borrowed pull? Can a lantern move a mountain of ice? The thought lingers like frost smoke as you turn and follow a faint line of your own footprints toward a narrow blue sound that never sleeps. Imagine a fjord at the end of the world, a dark throat where the sea runs like ink. At its head stands a glacier front, a cliff of tumbled ice 4 times taller than any house you know, banded with white, gray, and the secret deep blue of old winters. The moon lays a path of silver all the way from your feet to the ice wall. The cold air pops and ticks with tiny sounds. Seals bob like round stones in the milky swirls near the edge. Then a sharp crack rips the night, and a slab the size of a building leans, hesitates, and falls forward. It hits the water with a flat roar, and the fjord lifts in waves that slap the rock where you stand. The glacier has knelt. A berg turns, shedding newborn ice like lace. Watch long enough and you notice a pattern that is not quite touchable. On some nights the ice wall hums, not with sound but with posture. The front leans a hair more. Cracks join hands, the river of ice behind seems to quicken as if a long sigh has traveled through it. At the highest tides, the front rides up a little and settles down a little twice each day, like a wide chest breathing. Ice stays by moving. A glacier that doesn't flow dies, starving on its own cold. The moon leans and the ice answers, faster, some weeks, slower others, following a calendar made of pull and slope and the shape of the bed below. The mainstream explanation draws arrows in the air. Tides raise and lower the sea at the glacier's foot. When the water rises, it can lift the floating parts, reduce friction at the grounding line where ice still clings to rock, and open hidden spaces under the front. When the water falls, the front settles, bends, and sometimes breaks. The change in push from the sea ice mélange, the churned slush of bergs and brash that buttresses the front, can add or remove a brace. Spring neap cycles matter. Perigee nights matter. A few centimeters more water at the right hour can ease a jam or snap a brittle hinge. The moon's small whisper, repeated without fail, becomes a metronome for calving, fringe voices, and fjord. People add older, softer phrases. They say the glacier listens. They say the ice learns the moon's manners and practices bowing. In some villages, people will not fish under the wall on high bright nights because they believe the ice is more likely to speak with a crash. They point to lines on rock where the water polished stone higher than any normal tide. They tell of a winter when the moon felt too big and the whole front toppled like a row of teeth, and the waves took 3 boats tied with faith and rope. Myth comes in a heavy coat and sits on a boulder to tell the version where the glacier is a sleeping giant. The sea is his mattress, and the moon is the nurse who checks his breath. When she lifts her lamp, he takes a deeper breath and turns a little. Pieces fall from his shoulder. Seals complain, gulls cheer. The nurse lowers the lamp, and he dozes. So it goes until the day he chooses a new bed, or until the bed itself grows warm and thin. You do not need to believe this to feel a tremble inside when a piece falls and the fjord lifts you. Now look not at the wall, but into the water at your feet. It is not black. It is the color of tea with milk. That is rock flour, powder, ground by the glacier's belly, and given to the sea in clouds. The river under the glacier brings this milk out, along with cold, fresh water. That water is lighter than the salty fjord, but heavy with chill. It rises in a ghostly plume and curls. It drags deep water up behind it, feeding the surface with something from far below. The currents whisper back to the ice. Grow here, thin there, slide faster along this line, slower along that one. Fish learn this language. So do seals. So does the winter that comes early or late. The moon's pull reaches into these hidden conversations. When the tide is high, the plume spreads differently. When the tide is low, the grounding line holds or releases. The glacier's foot taps its toe, and the fjord answers with a seiche, a long slosh that takes minutes to run from one rock wall to the other and back again. The whole throat of the sea becomes a bass drum, too slow to hear, but strong enough to move things that do not know they are moving. People who live near here tell time by sounds, by the crack that wakes the dog, by the echo that follows, by the silence that means the front is loading for the next fall. You stand until your fingers ache and your breath makes white flags. The moon climbs higher. The tide reaches for your boots and stops. Somewhere under the black skin of the fjord, 1,000 narrow rivers race out from under the ice. Touch salt, rise and twist like clear smoke. The glacier's face shines with a dull light like old porcelain. It leans a little. It thinks. It does not care that you are here, but it lets you watch. Ice stays by moving. The moon makes small changes that become big ones with time. You ask the last question of this night as the water smooths and a seal snorts once in the Lilver path. If ice listens to the sea, what does the sea whisper back through its currents? Imagine a flat world map spread under your hands, all the continents, like torn leaves pressed into a blue book. Now let the paper soften. Let the ink run. Watch the oceans melt into ribbons that move. Warm threads sweep north like glowing arteries. Cold threads sink and slide back, dark and heavy. The map is no longer a picture. It is a living loom. The Gulf Stream lifts off North America and drapes Europe in a blanket it did not knit for itself. The Kuroshio rushes past Japan like a river sprinting through a canyon of salt. The Antarctic circumpolar current, a belt with no buckle, races east around the bottom of the world and ties all basins together. You are looking at the planet's long conveyor, heat traded for cold, salt traded for fresh, motion traded for balance. The paradox rises like mist off warm water into cold air. Stability is motion. The climate you count on is not a fixed wall. It is a patient traveler that must never stop walking. Feel it in simple scenes. A child in Lisbon catches winter sun on a balcony that should be colder by latitude alone. Fishermen in Iceland find cod-rich water where warm meets cold, like two hands shaking. Fog curls along California hills when upwelling pulls cold memory to the surface. Each comfort, each challenge, flows from those moving seams. Mainstream science sketches the engine. Winds push the surface. Earth's spin turns flows into gyres. Heat from the tropics rides poleward. Cold, briny water sinks where winter and ice build salt into the sea. Density differences drive a slow, deep river that takes centuries to complete a loop. Over mountains on the seafloor, tides born of the moon and sun stir the dark like spoons, raising internal tides that break and mix, helping link the upper world to the abyss. The system is not a single machine. It is many. Wind, salt, heat, and the lunar beat, braided together until they feel like one. Fringe voices stand at the edge of this moving map and ask a question with old salt on it. What happens when the moon leans closer? Not in a night, but in an age. They speak of epochs when perigee lined up with other cycles just so, and tidal mixing grew stronger on rough seafloor, more stirring at ridges, more energy sent down the slopes, more heat drawn from stagnant layers and offered to currents, hungry for contrast. They imagine internal tides, those hidden waves as tall as mountains under the surface, flexing harder, turning invisible knots in mid-ocean that tugged the great loops tighter. In their stories, ghost rivers formed, narrow jets and jets within jets, like silver stitches pulled taut for a while, then let loose. Some point to layers in seafloor mud that look like a heartbeat, speeding and slowing, to corals with density, lines that seem to keep an extra calendar, to shells that grow slightly different in seasons when the moon's pull and seasonal winds partnered more fiercely than the model expects. Myth takes the same idea and gives it bones and eyes. Sailors in warm seas tell of two ancient serpents tangled forever, one bright and gentle that brings soft rain, one dark and cold that brings sharp wind. When the white lantern hangs lower, the bright serpent grows braver and climbs farther, curling its body around islands that would prefer less attention. In the south, along iron-gray coasts, elders warn of the hair of the sea mother, long pale strands, lines of foam over meeting currents, that can drag a small boat into conversation with the wrong water. Stories like these do not aim at equations. They try to teach a habit, look for the seams, respect the moving edge, walk those edges in your mind. On some coasts, a stronger conveyor is a cradle. Western Europe warms beyond its simple share of sun, and winters soften enough for farms to root and cities to sing. Japan's southern shores glow with life, where the Kuroshio brushes land. Bluefin ride the edge like athletes on a track. The Benguela, upwelling along southwest Africa, breathes cold into heat and feeds sardines so thick the surface looks like hammered tin. On other shores, a stronger conveyor is a crucible. When warm meets cold near the Grand Banks, fog writes walls that swallow ships. Off the Cape of Good Hope, where Agulhas rings peel off and turn back, rogue waves rise like sudden cities and break the plans of careful captains. In the Bay of Bengal, where river plumes meet ocean heat and monsoon winds test their strength, cyclones spin up in a world that has learned the seams too well. Breathe with the planet here. You can almost hear a low hum, millions of eddies talking, fronts opening and closing, drifters tracing loops that never quite repeat. Stability is a dance, not a seat. The warmth that makes olive groves possible in places where winter should bite does not sit on a throne. It rides a horse. The cold that keeps polar ice alive enough to bend summer back does not sleep under a blanket. It travels in a caravan down slopes of salt and night. Somewhere under every calm day is a ribbon in motion, carrying the day on its back. Somewhere under every storm is a knot that tightens and then lets go. Stand back and let the map harden again, but keep the motion in your eyes. Imagine the moon low and bright over ocean plateaus and mid-ocean ridges, its gravity not only lifting the skin of the sea, but also flexing the deep, internal tides cresting and breaking in darkness, helping stir the pantry below and feed the cook fires above. Perhaps in ages when those hidden waves ran slightly stronger, some coasts cradled more, others burned more. Perhaps coral rings grew faster, then paused. Sargasso mats thickened and thinned on a timetable no calendar shows. And perhaps, as with all living things, the very strength of the system depended on travel that never grew tired. You know the question that must follow, the one that sits like a buoy on this rolling water. When the conveyor tightens or loosens, when currents intensify for a season or for an age, which coasts become cradles and which become crucibles, and if gravity can lean closer on certain nights and certain months, is there a calendar of the sea beyond months, a calendar of moments? Step with that thought to the shore, where people have learned to read such moments with their feet and their doors. Picture a city that loves the water. Dawn is pink. The tide chart, pinned to a kitchen wall, wears careful pencil marks. Down by the boardwalk, seagrass leans glossy and green. Today, the moon is near, and the sun agrees with it. Perigee wears a crown of alignment. The ocean rises, like a careful guest, then forgets its manners and keeps climbing. King tides crawl over the lower steps, slide into car lots, and test door seals. Reflections of streetlights shiver in salt film, where last week there was dust. Children laugh and splash where no fountain exists. A bus driver slows to ease a wave that wants to ride. The calendar, you realize, is not just months. It is moments, when gravity leans closer and the whole stage lifts a little under the actor's feet. You know the reasons in daylight language. Mainstream science counts them with clean hands. Spring tides when sun and moon pull along the same line. Neaps when they tug slightly against each other. Perigee and apogee, closer and farther. The tilt of Earth and the path of the moon. Local resonance in bays that make small pushes grow. Low atmospheric pressure letting the sea step higher. Wind stacking water where it would rather not go. Layer sea level rise on top, and the once-in-a-while flood becomes a seasonal visitor. Then a regular one. None of this is myth. It is geometry in motion, yet the experience still feels like story. A day when the sea tries your city on like a jacket and shows you how it fits. Fringe voices read the sea's marginalia and wonder about slow swings. Were there seasons of centuries when Perigean spring, tides ran a finger higher along familiar walls, even without extra wind? They point to old salt lines on stones no storm could touch without help, to archivists' ink reporting the great dry road in the lagoon vanished at noon, to carvings on ancient stairs that tally floods like notches on an oar. In there, telling, there were giant months, eras when the moon's leash and the sun's stride made habit out of exception. Not every year, not every place, but enough to make builders raise thresholds and fishers change the timing of their nets. Myth enters the market with wet sandals. In one port city's story, the sea mother visits twice a day like any polite relative, but on certain days she brings all her children, and they sit on the stairs together. People leave bowls of sweet rice on windowsills, so the smaller waves will eat and go, not sweep the kettles from the stoves. In a delta village, elders call the king tide the moon wedding, and paint white lines on door frames to mark where the bride touched last time. In another town, the bells ring at noon if the morning surge was rude, a gentle warning to those who keep their records in their knees rather than their notebooks. Walk across the salt-spattered edge while the day brightens and the water keeps its slow test. Notice the sudden habitats, born and gone in a single tide. Pools gather in potholes on concrete and become miniature lagoons. Shrimp from a storm drain mouth flicker like punctuation in a sentence you thought was finished. A line of rack, the sea's laundry, catches on a curb. In it, seeds ride from a marsh a mile away. Glass eels twist like living threads, and shorebirds stitch through like fast tailors. Along a seawall, oysters set on the rough underside, where the light is kind and the flow is strong. For a few hours, a month, they breathe air, then water again. Learning a city's pulse the way wild cousins learn a rocky coast. King tides are tests for infrastructure. Yes, but they are also rehearsals for life. Marshes expand for a day, offering safe nursery to young fish that will leave when the water does. New puddle islands appear on rooftops of rock where snails cling and wait for the return. Mangrove roots sip farther inland in some places and find a good taste of silt they will not forget. Turtle nests in low dunes taste salt and sometimes fail. The next generation learns to climb higher sand. A canal laces a neighborhood and briefly becomes a river with honest shoulders. Then it passes, and the city looks dry and sure again, and anyone not on the sidewalk at the right hour will call the stories exaggerated. But you saw it, The blink of coast that was more coast, the rooms the sea built and swept away between lunch and dinner. These are super tide seasons, calendars made of moments when orbit and habit lock hands. They bring small disasters to doorways and large lessons to minds that need pictures more than numbers, and they leave a question at your feet, like a seashell turned into a cup. In those moments, what new habitats appear and vanish in a single day, and who is waiting to use them? Step out of the city now, and onto the wide flats where answers scuttle and bloom between breaths. Imagine the sea pulling back so far that the world seems to widen. Kilometers of seafloor glitter like coins dumped from a chest. Pools lie everywhere, each its own universe with rules and citizens. Starfish thumb across the bottom like thinking hands. Crabs write temporary maps with their sideways legs. Eels coil in shadows under the rims of bowls. Anemones yawn and reach small fists into the clear. Mussel beds shine like armor. Kelp flags lie wet and heavy, their long spines already remembering how to stand when the water returns. The far horizon is a low wall of moving glass, impatient to take it all back, and you can hear its rush even now. A whisper rehearsing a roar. The paradox is bright as the sun on wet rock. The richest places are those that cannot stay. Intertidal zones, born twice a day, erased twice a day, carry more life per step than most jungles. Food falls from the sky with the tide. Plankton, pollen, dead things, living things, gifts swept in by the big hand. Food pulls itself out of the mud and offers a claw. Predators pace the edge like bartenders watching a door. The rules here are simple and sharp. Eat, cling, hide, time your moves to the moon. Be ready to breathe water and air. Be ready to be a desert and a floodplain in the same afternoon. This doorway world is busy because it is brief. Mainstream science loves this edge and measures it carefully. Zonation forms bands on rock, like painted flags. High barnacle, middle mussel, low kelp, each zone tuned to airtime and wave punch. Productivity spikes as nutrients from deep water meet light and movement. Oxygen refills pools with each splash. When the sea covers, photosynthesis races. When it leaves, everything rests or hunkers to keep moisture, salt, and shade. Keystone, players, sea stars that police mussels, grazers that keep algae from smothering neighbors, hold the story together so that diversity has room to write itself. Where upwelling and tides pair well, recruitment booms. Where heat and stillness trap pools too long, breathing gets hard and the cast changes. Fringe eyes squint along the far flats and imagine ages when the moon leaned lower and intertidal rooms grew wider for a while. They read old beach rock with fish bones stuck in it like an old stew. They walk beside long lines of stones and say, "We're, not accident." They point to tide gardens, tended by people who understood that life loves a doorway, low round walls that hold just enough water and let just enough out so that shellfish grow fat, crabs wander in and linger, and seaweed writes green on gray in perfect script in their telling. Giant clams like shields once lay open under a light so bright that children collected pearls by hand on nights when the moon turned the flats into a ballroom. Myth wades in bare calves and simple words. The moon has many spouses here. In one story, she married the shore, and the sea got jealous, so she spends her life taking gifts to both and never staying long. In another, she is a drummer who calls the starfish to dance. Shells turn their ears to listen and catch the rhythm in curly lines. Old women bending over baskets sing what they say is the old cuts song. Open, close, open, close. A lullaby the anemones know by heart. Children learn a rule without a book. Never turn your back on the far wall. Never forget that the pool that carries your face will soon carry a wave. Look closely into a pool the size of your hands. Tiny shrimp flash like punctuation marks. A snail's trail glows silver for a second, then fades. A small fish holds in place, moving more with fins than with body. A live punctuation between sea and stone. This is a city without roofs. The alleys are currents. The houses are holes and kelp shadows. Cats are gulls. Policemen are surges that check papers twice a day. And the mayor? Gravity, perhaps, with a white helper who keeps the clock. Life here keeps that clock inside. Many creatures possess circadial and circalunar rhythms, internal timekeepers set not by sunrise but by moonrise, not by hours but by height of water. Palolo worms release gametes to a moon's shared calendar. Corals on some reefs choose a night and hour together, bright as a snowstorm under black sky. On certain beaches, Grunion ride a thin line of surf to lay eggs in sand, exactly where the next waves will set them, and the last waves will not. The moon is a teacher with a schedule no classroom bell can imitate. Walk the last 100 meters as the far wall swells. Oyster catchers needle the mud with bright knives for soft things too slow to hide. A heron steps like a prayer but a mirror. Teenagers shout, then hush, then shout again. Everyone can feel the moment changing, the door closing. The richest street in the city is about to be flooded and the richest rooms erased, and tomorrow morning they will all be back. That is the trick in the truth. Abundance born from instability, order born from a rhythm you cannot bargain with. If life thrives on this flipping world, it must learn the moon's timing or die learning. The returning wall curls and speaks. It is not angry. It is exact. Pools turn into streams. Streams turn into sheets. Edges blur. Footprints make their last promise and go. You step back to dry sand and hold the question the day just put into your palms. If life thrives on instability, how does it learn the moon's timing? Under the bright path of the night lantern, who reads the clock best? Lift your eyes to the silver road offshore, the one that leads hunters and travelers, fish and birds, through dark places as if someone has laid a thread on the water just for them. Night. The sea is black silk under a silver spill. A shoal turns near the surface and the water glitters like mercury shaken in a jar. You hear the wet whisper of many bodies moving as one, scales flashing and vanishing, a rolling field of coins. Farther out, a seam stretches where two currents meet. Foam stitches it white, and seabirds gather like tailors along the line, stitching supper out of moving cloth. Darkness should hide the way, but the lantern above turns it into a map. Predators climb into the glow, not to show themselves, but to see. Prey slide through the edge of light, not to be brave, but to use the room between light and dark like a hallway. The paradox writes itself in the wake. Danger becomes a guide. Mainstream watchers write what they can measure. Dial vertical migration. Tiny creatures rise at night, sink by day, riding safety up to feed and back down to hide. Lunar light moves, the ceiling and the floor of that migration. On bright nights, the whole elevator stops higher or rides less. On dark nights, it climbs farther. Schooling fish choose depths by a balance of hunger and fear, and the moon's brightness tips that scale. Plankton swarms thicken along fronts, where tide and wind press food into walls. Predators, from mackerel to dolphins, patrol the seams. Seabirds read the rips by sound and feel, then fall like folded knives into silver. In rivers, salmon smolts time their downhill journey to dark water and new moons. In estuaries, glass eels climb into fresh, on rising tides, like thieves following a schedule. Turtles and sharks carry senses that read the planet's magnet, but they also use sight when it is kind, and the moon can be very kind. Fringe thinkers add a soft overlay. They speak of ancient silver highways, seasonal lanes struck from the sea by alignment, perigee, spring tide, clear skies, the three coins that buy a night when migration booms. They walk old beaches and tell you that fishers once stepped onto wide flats under white moons and followed the shine like a road, lifting nets full of fish that were moving not randomly but along lit contours. They imagine ages when internal tides pushed more plankton to the surface exactly on those nights, writing coincidence into pattern again and again until animals learned it in bone and eye. In their world, the moon is not just a lamp, but a whistle blown at the start of a race many species understand. Myth loves a road with light on it. In island chains, navigators speak of the backbone of night, a line of bright stars and a moon that walks it like a watchman. They memorize swell patterns, cloud shapes, bird flights at dawn. They feel the shape of waves against the hull and know which island they are drawing near. The moon is not a GPS, it is a companion. In polar places, hunters say the white path on the water is the seal's road. Follow it, and you will find breathing holes. In deltas and mangroves, elders teach children to move by the light and shadow of reeds. The moon shows where the deeper line is, the one that leads to the mouth where the biggest fish wait. Now put early humans on a low shore. Sea level is down, in a colder time. New land is out where water was. A full moon turns night to pewter. Tide falls and reveals a lane of hard sand around a headland that no one can pass in daylight. People step onto it with spears and baskets. They follow the edge where tiny waves kiss mud and pull back, leaving blinks of life. They walk in file, feet in old footprints, reading a map drawn that hour and that hour only. Behind them, the water brushes away tracks. Ahead, birds lift as a school rolls close enough that light cuts its back in 1,000 small sparks. This is not romance. It is logistics. The moon is a manager who keeps good hours. Danger is never gone on a road like this. Sharks test the edge. Stingrays melt under thin water. A false step into a pool that is a hole can turn a hunt into a lesson. But the same light that paints risk paints escape. The seam between safer, dark and helpful glow is a lane if you have learned to read it. On cliffs above, owls slide offshore and become the moon for fish that swim too near the skin. At the seam itself, storm petrels pepper the black like moving punctuation, tapping food from a sentence the tide writes and erases all night. Listen to the muscles of the sea work together. The conveyor's slow march, the supertide's rare push, the intertidal doors hinge, the silver highways strip of guidance. Each rhythm teaches life a piece of grammar. Each species writes its own sentence with that grammar, and the moon's light is one of the alphabets. In your chest, something slows to match it. In your head, a picture forms that is half map, half lullaby. Thread lines, shorelines, sight lines, lifelines, all converging in the idea that movement is memory made visible. Stand quiet and let the lantern climb another finger width. The foam seam is now a ragged ribbon of white embroidery on black cloth. Fish still roll, birds still work. Somewhere, beyond the rim of your sight, great animals follow invisible ramps of water that rise over seamounts and fall into basins, meeting schools that ride tide lines like highways with no mile markers. Somewhere behind you, old tools sleep in caves where full moons once cast their light over careful hands, gutting fish on clean stone. And you hold the last question as if it were a shell you can hear the whole ocean in. If animals follow the lantern above, do early humans follow them? And if they did, where did the road of silver lead next? Imagine the tide falling away from a long, flat bay until the sea becomes a wide mirror that you can walk across. The surface is only ankle deep, clear as glass, bright with the moon's pale path. Sleek shadows slice through it, fast and quiet. A seal glides into a shallow pool and turns like a coin. A shark follows, slow, patient, careful not to show its fin. The game looks calm from far away, but up close it feels like a match played on a knife edge. Inches of water decide who wins. Every ripple tells a secret. Where a fish hid, where a stingray settled, where a crab left a thin line of bubbles like dots on a map. Out here, safety is printed on a tide table. A misread minute becomes a legend. The wrong step into a deep pocket becomes a story told by a fire for years. The sea is open, but the rules are tight. Watch how the edge moves. It is never a straight line. It is a lace of channels and ridges, pools and bars, a maze that changes by the hour. Seals work the pockets like old shopkeepers who know which drawer holds the good things. They push fish into corners. They herd them along the lip of sand until the only way out is through a mouth full of teeth. Sharks do not rush. They pulse forward and stop. They feel the thrum of bodies in the skin of their face. Sometimes they turn on their side to pass, over water too shallow for their height, as if the sea became a page they must read at an angle. Birds wait at the next bend, bills like pins, eyes hard and bright. Everything hunts the edge because the edge is where things appear and vanish. No one needs a clock here, unless they forget. Then the ocean walks back and writes a hard lesson on their boots. Mainstream science lays out the board. The tidal flats are factories of sudden wealth because every falling tide moves a mountain of water off a wide plate. That moving sheet pulls small life from mud and weed and throws it into clear view. Predators need only stand where the last thin layer flows. Fish that were safe in deeper water take wrong turns and end up in bowls. Shallows cut down options. Tails, fins, and claws must choose quickly. Behavior follows physics. Seals learn to flank, to block, to feint. Sharks learn to patrol seams where small channels cut the plate like veins. Rays bury under a dusting of sand and breathe with tiny pumps in their backs. But a stray toe or nose gives them away. It looks like a dance. It is math, lived in muscle. Fringe. Eyes see a longer story. They talk about ages when the moon hung slightly lower and turning points were sharper, when bores ran harder into rivers and flats reached farther out. In their telling, sharks and seals learned not just the shape of a day, but the extra reach of certain nights. They imagine giant minutes, thin slivers of time when the last trickle of water slipped off just as the moon tipped more light onto the plate. They point to old tracks, baked into hard mud where prints are too many to count, like a stampede of fish and hunters frozen in a page of clay. They wonder if the legends of moon hunts are not just poetry, but memory of a better window. Myth walks barefoot and speaks in quiet lines. In one coast's story, A seal wife teaches her human husband to listen to the footstep of the moon. When she takes 3 slow steps, the seal wife says, "You may cross to the far sand and call the fish." When she takes the 4th, you must come home. In another place, old men tell of the shark that became a teacher. He showed a boy how to read the wind on the water, how to find the hidden lips of deep pools by the trembling line of foam. But he asked for payment. The story says, on the 5th big tide, leave him 1 fish. On the 6th, leave him your pride. Do not follow him on the 7th. The boy misread. The sea wrote his name twice, once on stone, once in a long whisper that reaches the market every time the moon is full. You learn, standing on that bright plate, to measure by breath and by sound. The hiss under your heel grows longer when the last skin of water thins. The oval pools throw back stronger light, then dim, then crackle when shrimp flick in panic. The far wall of the returning tide makes a new voice on the horizon, as if the sea is clearing its throat. Hunters who forget the clock without numbers pay in wet clothes or lost gear. Hunters who keep it feed a village from sand, foam, and rock. The paradox is everywhere. The poorest ground feeds kings. The flat bay where nothing grows tall becomes a table for seals, sharks, birds, humans, and older mouths you do not always see. Even the mistakes ripen into myths. A spear stuck upright in the mud at low tide becomes a marker someone never reached. A basket that rolled and tumbled to a stop in a deep run becomes a warning. Do not trust a path that looks dry. Listen to the side of your foot. Children hear these tales as bedtime songs. They grow up and read the mirror with their eyes half closed, like a fisherman learning the smell of rain. And in every family there is a story of the day the sea came faster, the minute that slipped, the edge that moved. These stories are not just drama. They are calendars with teeth. You step back as the far wall curls, and a seal's head rises like a wet stone and watches you. He blinks once, then vanishes into the bright channel. The shark's shadow slides past your ankles and is gone. The moon makes a thin coin on the water and climbs. Somewhere, a child counts waves. Somewhere, a woman checks the line on a stick by the door. The clock without numbers keeps perfect time in hearts, hands, and tide pools. The question waits at the next bend of the coast. Like a fire you can already see. Who first learned to read this clock without numbers? Picture the same flats an hour later, now striped with orange from a small fire kept low out of the wind. The rocks are wet and shine like old iron. Hands work in the glow. They pry shellfish from mussel beds, quick and firm. They lift woven traps from narrow cuts in the sand. They laugh, then hush, then laugh again as a crab tries to walk out sideways and is gently turned back into the basket, like a guest who insists he has the wrong house. A few meters away, a low wall of stones makes a V that points toward the sea. In a few hours, when the water returns, small fish will flow into that V, not out. People will scoop them with nets made from plant fiber and patience. No one hurries. Everyone watches the moon the way a student watches a teacher with chalk in hand. The shore looks poor if you judge by height. No trees, no grain high as a man, no river deep enough for big boats, only sand, foam, rock. But this thin place feeds kings. It pours steady meals into simple pots. It offers salt and protein in a pattern you can trust if you can count to 12 and listen to a silver disc. Children here grow round and strong on mussels, urchins, crabs, small fish, eels and seaweed pulled from pools. Fire warms, dries, and opens. Smoke carries the taste of the tide all the way to the inland path, where friends will smell it and come when the moon tells them to walk. Mainstream voices line up the proofs like shells on a string. Shell middens rise over old camps like low white hills. They hold the story of seasons in layers, thick bands of one shell in a year when a species boomed, thin layers in lean years, char and bone when storms took more than they gave. Stone weirs and brush fences lie along old inlets, bones of harvest machines that needed no fuel but tide. People set them by hand to the moon's math and came back for what the sea delivered. The flats are not just lucky ground. They are skill, made visible. The moon is not just light. It is a clock that pays in calories. Fringe ideas add longer arcs and hidden names. They speak of sea gardens, places tuned like instruments to feed villages without stripping them. Small walls hold. The right water a little longer. Tide gates let out just enough. Paths across mud are held up with brush and shell, so feet do not sink on the rush home. In their telling, the shore is not poor. It is a bank. People deposit careful hours and withdraw safety. They point to lines of stones still half buried on coasts, where no one speaks the old words anymore. They tell you if you stand there at the right hour, fish still turn into the V, as if the wall remembers the hands that placed it. Myth sits close to the fire and takes the hunger out of the night. In one story, a woman marries the moon. He visits her twice a day, bringing baskets of small fish. She grows proud and forgets to share. The sea grows jealous and sends a storm. The baskets spill. The woman cries and learns. From then on, the village eats first, and the story is told before the biggest tides of the season, so no one forgets who the teacher is. In another place, an old man taps a stick near a path and says the names of tides like the names of friends. The slow eater, the fast runner, the generous ant, the thief. Children giggle and repeat the list until it lives in their mouths. As the fire burns down, people plan, not for next week, but for the next hour of low water. Someone ties a knot in a cord when the moon clears a certain notch between hills. Someone else drives a short peg into sand to mark where water reached today. Pots are checked, weave is fixed. Hands that worked the flats now work the stories. They tell the tale of a year when the edge seemed to breathe faster, when the moon felt closer, when catches were larger and storms a little worse. They talk about the time a family moved their sleeping mats 3 steps up the dune because the old mark was not safe. They do not say, climate. They say, we learned. This is how stories become calendars. They hold dates without numbers. They carry warnings without fear. They tie memory to the shape of a bay and the height of a door. People who live in these margins wear time on their feet. They know the sound a good tide makes on the ribs of a basket. They know the smell of slim weeds that appear only when the water falls at a strange hour. They know the taste of a shell taken too high or too low. The moon writes lessons. The flats read them. The fire saves them. A child lifts a bone from near the fire and scratches small marks on it while the moon climbs a finger width. She is not counting to win a game. She is building a gate in her mind. Tomorrow she will look at these marks and remember where the water stood, when a basket felt heavy, when a stone weir woke into life. These are poor lands that feed kings, because people build calendars from cycles, not from pages. The next step is near, cool as the rocks that catch the fire's light. When food follows cycles, how do stories become calendars? Imagine a hand turning over a pale bone in the firelight. It is smooth and warm, and fits the palm like a tool made by time. On one side, a line of notches runs from end to end, grouped in sets, long, short, like breaths. On the ground near the fire, a small shell ring grows, refuse laid down by many evenings like this one. It spirals outward, season by season, thick in the months when nets were heavy, thin when storms kept people inland. From above, years later, it will look like the moon itself, a white circle with a dark center. Time, which you cannot touch, becomes something you can see, only when it is missing, only when the basket is light, the tide is late, the moon is wrong in your head, and you must make it right in your hand. The paradox is simple and hard. You notice time when it fails you, when the flats are bare and you came too early, when the water climbs your ankles and you came too late, when a friend says, "We always cross on the third small moon after the big rainy wind," and you wonder, how many small moons is that? So you mark. You cut a bone, you tie a cord, you tuck shells in a gourd, and shake them when the moon is thin, so the sound matches the pulling in your chest. Time only shows its face when it leaves the room. People learn to draw its outline with scratches and piles. Mainstream frames call these things proto-calendars. They are first tools for holding the sky steady in your pocket. A bone with 28 or 29 cuts, then a space, then more cuts, a stick with short slashes for neeps and longer for springs, a ring of hearths placed to face the sunrise after so many moons. Early timekeepers walk the beach with eyes low and hands busy, matching marks on the bone to marks on the sand. The point is not astronomy for its own sake. It is dinner, safety, and promise. Knowing when the river runs backward, knowing when the flats appear, knowing when the last ferry of sand will carry you home dry. Fringe thought steps in to pick up stones. It points to shell rings so huge they look like art, and asks if they were also clocks you could walk. It points to spirals in middens that tighten and loosen across centuries, and says these are tide years made visible. It wonders whether some bones we call tally sticks are not just counts of animals taken, but schedules of when to take them. A chant carved in reverse, telling you to wait 2 more nights, to cross on the low night after the first bright, not before. In that telling, timekeeping begins as a set of recipes. Combine this moon with this wind and this smell of mud, and you get food. Myth makes it tender and keeps it safe. A grandmother tells a child that each notch is a fish scale from the moon's tail. She swims around the sky, the grandmother says, and sometimes we catch a little of her. Keep the scales in a row. When the row ends, she will be round again. Then we will build a bigger basket. In another place, a boy asks why. The Shell Hill is a circle and not a straight line. His uncle smiles. Because we do not walk history, he says. We dance it. If it were a line, we would march and be hungry. If it is a ring, we can return when the food returns. The shell rings rise over years. They become seats with a view. They become walls against a rare high water. They become book spines you can open with your feet. People parade around them when the moon is new. They leave the first fish of the season on the top as a gift and take it away an hour later when the ants have had their bite. The bones with notches are kept in a skin bag that smells like smoke and salt. No one talks about months, but everyone knows how many finger widths the moon will climb before the long walk across the headland is safe. Sometimes timekeeping fails in public. Someone counts wrong. Someone mixes the memory of a storm year with the calm year in their hands. They get wet. They lose a tool. They lose face. The village does not laugh for long. They decide to push the counting out of the hand and into the horizon. It starts small. A stick planted beside a rock. A line scratched on a flat boulder that only shows under the lowest tides. Then a post set where the moon rises over a particular notch in the hills. A child is told, when her foot touches that notch and the water kisses that line, we go. Now the calendar is bigger than a bone. It is a place. It is the way a bay and a sky meet. You feel the shift happen even in your own chest as you hold a smooth bone and look over a white ring. Time moves out of the pouch and into the land. The shore becomes a book with landmarks for letters. The moon is still a teacher, but the classroom wall just fell away. The next lesson will be larger and made of stone. The last question of this fire-lit camp rolls toward you, round and bright. What happens when timekeeping escapes the hand and enters the horizon? Picture a gray dawn where the sea lies slack and the air holds its breath. Out of the mist, dark, shapes lift, a ring of standing stones taller than men, their faces wet, their edges nicked by years of salt wind. Between two of them, the moon climbs like a coin through a slot, bright and exact. Below the circle, a channel cut into bedrock leads to the bay. It is narrow, straight, and sharp as a knife. As the tide turns, water begins to move through that cut. It is not wild. It is obedient, a blue ribbon pulled by a white hand. In low chambers nearby, wheels wait with paddles that will turn when the sea inhales again. Immovable monoliths measure an ever-moving sea. The paradox stands in the cold. Like a quiet king, walk the path that threads the stones. You see lines carved shallow on some faces, rows of small cups, a groove at shoulder height, a wider notch near the base. Stand in certain spots, and the moon beds itself between uprights on nights you can count by story. Stand in others, and the first light of a solstice, dawn spills through a window of rock and runs along the floor of a chamber like a slow white animal. It looks like religion, and it is. It also looks like a ledger, and it is that, too. Here is the place where the tide floods the wet meadow to its best line. Here is the place where the flood bites the door sill, and you move the sleeping mats. Here is the hour when the channel's small gate should be lifted to let the pond fill, and then closed to hold fish until morning. Stone becomes a long memory that outlives any voice. Mainstream eyes map the pieces. There are tide mills that turn, even when no river feeds them, driven by the daily rise and fall of the harbor. There are fish traps of stone set in curves and V's, angled to the known push of the sea. There are causeways that only appear when the moon and the tide agree and are framed by uprights, so no one forgets where to start and where to end. There are alignments to lunar standstills, those slow, far swings of the moon's rise and set that take many years to repeat. Add it up, and you get a coast that can count, not with numbers, but with light, height, and a schedule you can walk. Fringe, voices, careful and excited, collect rumors of places where stones and channels did more than help. They warn. They say some circles were built as tide clocks for whole valleys, telling when to plant the low barley, when to pull boats higher, when to move the fishing camp to the next bay. If you forget to walk the stones at the right years, you forget the slow math that keeps a people dry. They tell of carved gates that aimed flood into inner ponds and turned them into safe mirrors on nights when the outer bay grew teeth. They look at ruins drowned in shallow water and ask if someone stopped reading. If stones could count, could whole countries forget and drown? They do not answer. They point at the waterline, nibbling old walls, and fall quiet. Myth makes the stones breathe, so children will love them. In one place, the stones are old fishermen who stood up to argue with the sea and were turned stiff for their pride. In another, they are ribs of a giant whale that carried a village on its back during a flood and then died on the hill and turned to rock to mark the height. Future tides should be watched. People bring bread to the gate when the moon is fat. They leave fish at the small cup marks and take them away when ants have eaten their share. They sing to the channel when it runs fast and lay their hands on its sides when it runs slow, as if to feel the pulse of the sea-mother through a stone artery. Stand at the gate and watch water bite its edge. Descent and rise feel different when, framed, the channel turns a wide, lazy flood into a clear current you can time by eye. The pond fills. The wheel turns a little, and then a lot. Children clap. Old ones glance at the notch on the wall and nod. This is not only harvest or power, it is memory made firm. Storms will come that lift the sea higher than this mark. Droughts will come that make wheels stop for weeks. But the groove keeps watch, year after year, tide after tide. A village with stone calendars makes fewer mistakes. Or at least it makes different ones, and yet stones do not speak on their own. People must bring them into each new mouth. If a war empties a valley, if a sickness steals the keepers, if a new road lifts the market inland and away, the standing clocks start to measure. Only the patience of lichen. A child walking with a basket will pass the gate and not know when it used to open. The channel will silt. The pond will turn to grass. A spring tide will creep into a ground floor room whose lintel once wore bright marks, and no one will ask why. Forgetting is a kind of tide, too. It floods slowly and leaves a smell in the corners. You walk the ring one last time, touching cold faces, feeling shallow cuts with your fingertips. The moon lifts through the slot again, and you understand why the old ones chose this place. Not just for beauty, for use. The stones do not call down gods. They call down habits. They turn a moving sea into something you can live with. And they also whisper a warning that lays heavy and honest on the still air. This only works if you teach the next hands how to read. If stones could count, could whole countries forget and drown? The question waits in the gap between uprights, so like a doorway into the next story, where tide climbs stairs in cities that do not know their own clocks anymore. Imagine swimming over a quiet plain that should be a field, not a floor. The water is green and still, thick with light the way morning fog is thick with breath. You drift past stumps that look like broken teeth, each one a memory of a tree that drank rain above a sky, not salt below it. Between them sit shards of pottery, half buried in silt, a curved lip here, a painted line there, colors turned soft by sand. Where a river once braided across open ground, long grooves run in parallel, tire tracks of a vanished age. You are gliding through rooms without ceilings. Village paths are now channels for fish. Hearthstones cradle anemones instead of coals. Civilization's first floors have grown reefs. A cormorant dives and needles through a doorway of roots. Then bursts out on the other side with a silver thread in its beak. The whole drowned forest sways with a pulse that is not wind. It is tide. Sand breathes around your ankles when you stand to rest on a slab that was once a step. Under your hand, a line of marks carved into wood still shows, faint but stubborn, cut, tallies that might have counted baskets or moons. Silt tries to hide them, the water tries to blur them, but the story will not leave the wood. It reaches up even here, asking to be read by eyes that have learned to read the sea. The daytime voice of science tells you what happened. Ice melted when the last long cold stepped back. Seas rose in fits and slopes, sometimes calm, sometimes fast, flooding the low lands first. Broad prairies between old headlands, river valleys turned to long, narrow bays. Ground once pressed down by great ice sheets rose again like a mattress relieved of weight. Other places sank as the balance shifted. Deltas crept inland. Beaches walked uphill. Mangroves found new toes to grip. Where people had built homes near mouths of rivers and wide flats, the water came, then stayed. There was no single day of loss in most places. There were many days, and a long, slow forgetting. There are the quieter tools that find the old rooms. Sonar paints shadows under the green. LiDAR from low plains peeks through leaves to draw lines where walls used to be. A diver's glove brushes away mud to show a floor laid with smooth stones and a broken bowl nestled like a sleeping animal in a corner. Samples of peat are lifted, dark and rich, still smelling faintly of plant and thyme. In those fibers sit the pollen of vanished summers, and the ash of fires that warmed hands now turned to sediment and story. The ocean is not only a taker, it is a museum that does not care about tickets, a place where memory fades slow and uneven. Fringe, voices walk the shore at dusk, and wonder about leaps instead of slopes. They speak of meltwater surges that raced like rivers inside the sea, of waves that ran too far up coasts, already softened by a warm age, of nights when the moon felt closer and the tide looked taller. They point to lines on cliff faces where no storm of record could crawl, and to legends that place towns in bays now too deep for oars. They say the drowned rooms did not only sink under patient water, some were taken by quick hands. The sea, standing up without warning, as if pulled by a string you cannot see. Myth answers with boats and bells. In one story, the people heard a hum under the ground for 3 nights, like a drum too far to find. On the 4th night, the dogs would not stop pacing. On the 5th morning, the ocean took a single step and did not step back. In another, a fisher fell asleep, with his boat tied to his doorway, and woke to find himself floating down the village street, with his wife laughing and crying, and pointing at a door lintel where the moon's reflection sat like a coin. He tied his boat to the old temple roof and ate crab where once he had prayed for a good catch. In the telling, the lines between prayer and tide and luck are thin as reed. Fishermen still mark the spots where nets tear. They give them names that belong on land. The orchard, the corner by the well, the flat by the market stone. They cannot see those places, but their fathers showed them on winter maps drawn in smoke and story. When sonar beams later reveal posts in rows or a straight ditch lying like a bone under the mud, the old names nod from the past. Myths make maps when memory goes under. A song that tells of a path between 2 hills in the bay, sung for children at night, becomes a bearing you can follow with a compass and a tide table. A tale about the bell tree, where the sea warns before it bites, turns out to be a line of stumps that still ring when waves hit just right. Sometimes the sea gives a clearer page. After a storm, the sand peels thin, and for a few tides, you can walk out on a black layer of ancient soil. Hoofprints of a deer cross the old ground like a sentence written yesterday. Beside them are the small prints of a child and the long marks of a dragging stick. There is the circle where a pot once sat. There is the place where the fire scorched the dirt, too deep for even the sea to cool. You stand in the green light and feel a touch of vertigo. The present is a skin, not a wall. It wrinkled, and another face smiled through. The paradox holds you with both hands. The dead floor feeds living reefs. Fish slip in and out of old doorways. Oysters ring the edges of bricks like white coins. Seaweed paints walls green and gold where hearth smoke once painted them black. The loss is not ended by its usefulness. The usefulness is not bright enough to hide the loss. You drift between both truths, slow as the tide itself, until the light turns the water from green to gray, and your breath fogs your mask. Rise now and look out across a bay that was not always a bay, and say the quiet question the water keeps on its tongue. When memory is underwater, how do myths become maps? Picture a canoe sliding across night water so smooth, it keeps the stars for itself. No oar slaps, no metal clinks. The paddles dip and lift with the hush of careful hands. The bow points not at a lighthouse, not at a light on land, but at a place in the sky where a braid of bright birds lies, the Milky Way, and at the moon's ghost road on the sea. The navigator's eyes move between dark and darker. His head tilts to feel a long, low swell sliding under the hull from the right. A second swell ghosts through from behind and meets the first at a slight angle. The canoe rides the crossing like a bead on a string. On land, you might say he is not looking where he is going. Here, he is reading the road the ocean writes that can only be felt. This is the paradox you live inside out here. The shortest path is not seen, it is sensed. Feel is your compass. Swell is your script. A line of low clouds hints at warm water somewhere ahead. A streak of pale slickness shows where two currents argue. If the moon sits high and round, the edges of those slicks turn silver and draw maps even eyes can use. If the moon is thin, the maps fold, and you trust the bones in your ears and the skin on your shoulders. Wind tells you whether the canoe lies with or against a breath older than weather. Birds at dawn give you a clue, as sure as any sign. Tropic birds that hunt in a ring around islands, petrels that keep to the open. A navigator turns all this into direction, into invisible lines across black skin. Mainstream science has learned to love and explain this skill without stealing it. Ocean swells are long memories, born far away in storms you will never see. They roll on for days, tall and slow, carrying the fingerprint of their birth, period, height, direction, under every shorter chop and wave. Islands bend them, reflect them, throw back faint neat copies called reflected swell. To trained, balance and bare skin, those copies are whispers that say, land is there. Even in daytime, with blue and glare, those whispers stand. At night they become loud for those who learned the grammar. Add the moon and more is shown, fronts glint, fish bodies silver near the surface. Cloud shadows turn maps into moving shade. You can puzzle like a story. Fringe tales wonder about people holding a thread to the planet itself. They tell of ancestors who could feel the brush of magnet lines in their bones, who could sense north the way a bird does when you set it spinning in a still, dark place. They talk about memory houses built inside the mind, where the navigator stores star paths, island smells, shapes of clouds on certain winds, songs that carry counts of strokes and rests. They say the canoe is a small theater where a person wears the ocean and the sky like clothing and learns to walk inside them without leaving footprints. Some claim the moon trained people to do this by offering light on some nights and none on others, by showing and then asking you to remember. Myth speaks calmly because it has tied many knots and holds many names. In one chain of islands, the sea is a long animal with a spine you can ride if you learn where its bones sit. The long swells. The moon is the lantern tied around its neck, and the stars are beads on its back. The navigator sings to the animal to ask permission to ride. In another place, the first canoe builders watched birds at nights when the moon was bright and drew the birds' roads in their minds. They followed those roads when the moon was gone and still found home. These stories do not fight the simple facts. They carry them. They give them handles so that a child can lift them and learn. There is a doctrine here, though no one calls it that over the water. It says, pay attention for a long time to small things, and you will shorten space. It says, do not argue with the swell. It says, the sky is always telling you where the sea is going. A navigator who follows this doctrine will hold a course for days without seeing land, guiding by a star to another star, by a swell to a bird, by a smell of far rain to the taste of a river mouth's new water in the dark. He will look like a man facing sideways to the future and arrive at it before morning. The moon helps with her old tricks. She throws a silver ribbon along the swell in a way no lantern can. She draws thin lines along ripples where small fish feed and where bigger fish feed on them. She paints the bellies of birds so that a flash becomes a bearing. On some nights, she gives the navigator a shadow he can use to judge shape and height of wave. On others, she hides, and the navigator's other senses grow teeth. Either way, she is a teacher, not of facts, but of keeping time with things that do not keep time for you. When storms march, the doctrine becomes harder. Swell stacks and breaks, crossings snarl, the moon is a smudge. A navigator turns the world back to feel alone. The pull in his hands on the paddle, the small angle at which his shoulder must lift to keep the bow at the right bite to the waves. He sings counting songs under his breath, not to count distance but to count attention, because if attention wavers, the shortest path grows longer by the minute. He is not steering through void. He is steering through a book. Listen from the beach at night. A canoe's bow whispers into the dark. A woman on shore can tell by that sound, and by the angle at which the boat leaves the first line of foam, whether the navigator has chosen wise water. She cannot explain it with a diagram. She can do it with a story. He is following the road of the sleeping shark. He is keeping the lantern at his left shoulder. He will be where the birds are when the soup is hot. No one laughs. The soup will be hot. You sit low in the canoe and feel a slow shift under your spine. The change in the long swell as it bends around something far away. You cannot see it yet. A single bright star moves toward the bow's tip as the navigator lifts his paddle and sets it down again in a steady prayer. He does not speak. He does not need to. The ocean is speaking. The moon is teaching. The stars are listening. The paddle is writing, one stroke at a time. You ask the small question that sounds like a big one when you are a dot on a black skin. If the moon is a teacher, what doctrine do myths preach? Walk into a painted cave with a torch that hisses and smokes and look at a white disk raised on a wall of dark. Around it, lines like rivers flow from its edges. Small figures kneel as if warmed by a fire you cannot touch. On another wall, a pale circle sits above a mountain, and from it, a rope of light descends into a valley where stick people hold hands. A third panel shows a disk with a face, and from its mouth a long fish, and from its eyes 2 streams. You know that the moon is cold rock and sunlit dust. You know it gives no heat, and yet the coldest light carries the warmest meanings. Under this roof, where smoke curls and air tastes like stone, the white disk births rivers and heroes and the order of how a community breathes. The torch throws shadows that look like figures moving across the drawn world. The white disk seems to lift and sit as flames flicker. Hands that made these marks did not know telescopes or rockets. They knew hunger, cold, and the way night changes when the lantern is full. A full moon lets hunters follow a blood trail. It lets gatherers see the outline of plants against the sky. It lets children play longer. It pulls the sea. It lifts the mind to think. If this light can change the ground I walk and the water I drink, perhaps it also chooses the shape of my life. Meaning grows like moss on stone, slow and thick where light is regular. Stories are gardens planted in that moss. Mainstream eyes explain how this happens without breaking it. The moon's cycle is our oldest gentle metronome after day and night. It organizes activity. It links the sea's breath to the sky's shine. It offers a calendar to people who do, not hang paper. It gives you a way to say, the third bright after the big rain, or the night when the lantern is missing, and means something you can plan by. Its light is cool in temperature, but hot in culture. Where the sun can punish, the moon often comforts. Where the day demands action, the night invites reflection. Cultures across the world cast the disk into the roles a family needs. Mother who counts, father who guards, sibling who plays tricks, lover who appears and vanishes. Fringe whispers wonder about deeper ties. They talk of times when the moon looked larger for seasons that ran like a chapter, when tides were a fingernail higher on stones that still wear the mark, when animals that timed their lives by lunar light, worms, corals, fish, made a brighter show, and people, seeing it, wrapped stronger meanings around the disk. They point to caves, whose vents align with moonrises at rare standstills, to tunnels that catch a white beam only every few years, to stones that mark not just solstices, but the long, slow wobble of where the moon climbs. They imagine a doctrine of attention written in rock. Watch the white train of time, as well as the gold one. Myth does not argue with such ideas. It folds them into cloth you can wear. In one valley, the moon is a woman who carries 2 jars, fresh water and salt water. When she is full, both are heavy, and she sloshes the sea into bays and the sweet into springs. When she is gone, both jars are empty, and the fields ask you to stop and wait. In another place, the moon is a careless boy who borrowed his mother's mirror and broke it. The pieces are stars. The biggest piece is his guilt. Each month he tries to glue it back together. That is why it grows. Then he is ashamed of his work, and he wipes it away slowly with his sleeve. That is why it shrinks. We smile because we know better. We listen because we know we live better when we act as if the myth is true. Resting, planting, fishing, traveling by the doctrine the story teaches us to remember. Under the painted roof, a long procession of figures walks in a circle around the disk. Some carry baskets, some carry fish, some carry nothing but a hand held out as if to touch light. The cave is a good teacher because it forces you to look up. Outside, the moon plays on water and makes a path. Inside, it plays on rock and makes a home. You think of children learning to follow the lantern on the flats, to count with notches, to watch stones that frame a rising. The cave is another kind of stone, soft on the inside, where marks keep better. Creation stories do not claim the moon dug rivers with a shovel. They claim it taught people how to notice when rivers are full. There are darker versions, too. In some, the moon is jealous of dawn and tries to drown it with dew. In others, the moon is careless and drops the sea on land like a bowl overturned. Small floods become big myths because big myths make small floods easier to bear. If the white disk leans its face closer, maybe it has a reason, and maybe we can sing the reason back into kindness. You see the pattern. Stories make room for calm inside surprise. Your torch guttering. You walk deeper and find a panel of boats lifting on long-drawn waves under a white dome. Small houses perch on stilts, and ladders hang like legs from their bellies. People are shown bent over, pulling ropes tied to door frames. The disk above is drawn very large, as if it has stepped closer to listen. The artist was not writing a weather report. They were writing a lesson. Tie the boat high at the door on nights like this. Ropes and myths are both taught for the same reason. When you step back into the night, the moon sits over the river like a blessing. You think to yourself a simple question with many rooms inside it. Do floods arrive from rain, or from a sky that leans closer? Wake to the sound of bells in a place where bells are for weddings and warnings. The air is still. No wind scrapes the tin roofs. No rain speaks on the planks. Yet the village stands on stilts, and the boats are already roped to doorways. A boy runs past with a coil of line over his shoulder and a grin he cannot hide. Water fingers the edge of the square and lifts it an inch as if testing the taste of stone. King tide, the elders say. The moon is fat and near. The sun walks with her on the same line. If the clock is wrong, a calm night can drown you. You watch. The canal that is not a canal run up the street that is not a river. Dogs avoid their reflections. Fishers pull extra knots snug and lay boards across gaps that were only decoration last week and are now useful bridges. The water climbs stairways, each step a slow sip. Light from doorways is cut into ribbons by the ripples. On a corner, someone rings a bell, not in panic but in rhythm, reminding those who forget that this is the noon of the sea's midnight. Children splash in doorways and are scolded softly, not because water is evil, but because water keeps no secrets when it decides to rise. Mainstream voices sort the forces like neat ropes on a deck. Tides run higher when sun and moon pull together. Spring tides. They run higher still when the moon is nearer in its oval path. Perigee, a low-pressure ceiling over the sea, lets the surface swell like bread in a warm kitchen. A long fetch of wind can pile water into a bay over hours, and a quiet night can hide that wind if it is blowing far offshore. Add a few centimeters of sea that did not exist in the last generation, and what used to be a rare knee-deep joke becomes a regular ankle-deep lesson, and sometimes a shoulder-deep loss. None of this requires monsters. It requires attention. Fringe whispers linger at doorways and the ends of piers and say that some years the white face looks too big for too long, that tides trip over their own feet, that old marks under eaves grow damp in months when they should be dry. They pull out brittle notebooks with ink the color of old tea and point to entries: the night of 3 steps, the morning when boats went to church without men, the calm flood. They speak of a story their grandparents told about, a season when the moon felt low, and fish ran up streets, and people left fish on the steps of the moon shrine to ask for 1 inch less. They do not ask you to agree. They ask you to look. Myth does not mind if you measure first and sing after. It brings songs like ropes. One says, "When the river stands still and the frogs go quiet, tie high." Another says, "If the moon has a halo and the crabs climb the posts, pull the first boat now and the second boat before you sleep." There is a long story about the time the sea stood up and walked, not roaring like a storm, but with the step of a tall person who knows how to enter a room without knocking anything over. The people watched their feet get wet where they had never been wet before. They watched fish argue with doors. They watched the moon rise like a guest who forgot whether the invitation was for 7 or 8. Elsewhere, flood legends come in, louder voices, whole plains vanish, kings build boats, mountains speak, animals vote on who gets to survive. We like these because they are big and we are small. But there are smaller, sharper legends, too, made of door sills and chalk marks, of bells and ties. The calm flood, a grandmother says, and you can see the whole street as a canal and the whole village as a fleet. She is not lying. She is holding a set of instructions. Be early, keep rope, teach the hour to the next hands. You sit on a step with your feet in the street river and feel how gentle danger can be. There is no wave to run from. There's only a clock you could miss by story length. The moon climbs and the water answers like a trained animal. Somewhere, out beyond the breakwater, the sea is piling into the basin because the sky has made a little extra room, because the lantern is near, because the long breath of the ocean and the small breath of this bay sing in the same key for a few hours. It is beautiful. Beauty can drown you as easily as ugliness, if you mistake it for safety. From your step, you can see marks on plaster where the sea reached in past years. Some are high and old, some are low and fresh. Someone has drawn a thin line in new paint at their waist height, with a date next to it, and a word, lesson. Someone else has carved a notch into the wooden post at the kitchen door, one of many, years lined up like vertebrae in a spine of memory. A town that keeps such marks well will lose less than a town that builds over them. Forgetting here is a kind of leaning into water. Stories travel like boats. In the next village over, someone tells you of a night like this when the tide crept farther than any band had sung about and kissed the floor of the school. The next day, the teacher had every child draw the moon. Some drew a face. Some drew a bright stone. Some drew a white boat. Then the teacher pinned the drawings at the height where the sea had stood and left them there. For years, people measured the flood by the eyes of the faces and the edges of the stones and the rails of the boats, drawn by little hands that grew into big ones who tied ropes on time. When the bells stop, the water rests under doorways and waits. It glows a little with borrowed light. It shows you 2 towns at once, the one with streets and the one with canals. Then, slow as sleep, it begins to reverse. Ties slacken, boards lift, dogs step down to sniff fish breath and do not sneeze. You think again of the grand floods, the ones that carry boats over fields and leave whales on hills. You also think of these small, organized visits that train the hand, not the heart. Between the two sits a whisper some will always make. When the lantern looks too big or too proud, some whisper the moon once swooped nearer. Could that be memory? Or invention? Picture a dim library where the air smells like paper and salt. On the table lie old engravings, the kind printed from plates that held the scratch of a careful hand. In one, a round orb drags a thin white tail, like a comet, across a night full of dots. In another, a priest on a stepped platform points with a staff toward a moon that looks a shade too big, swollen like fruit after rain. Faces below tilt upward, some in wonder, some in fear. The scene is still, and yet it shivers with a strange energy, as if history itself wiggles when the sky misbehaves. Time feels longer in these pictures. 1,000 years seems not so far when you can imagine a night when the lantern did something it doesn't do now. You turn a page, and the engravings grow bolder. A white disk hangs low over a temple roof. Its edge touches a hilltop lineup of stones. Another plate shows 2 orbs, a bright one and a dimmer twin, both drawn with little streaks that suggest motion. Did someone once swear the moon had a companion? Did someone tell of a night when the lantern came closer, larger, heavier, and made the tide walk up the street as if it had legs? Fringe theories gather around images like these the way small fish gather under a dock. They whisper about capture, about how our moon might not have been born here at all, how it could have wandered as a cold shepherd in the dark, then fallen into Earth's net after a long chase. They whisper of eras when the leash was shorter, when the pull was stronger, when rivers ran backward not once in a tide, but for days, when coastlines hiccuped inward like breath caught too late. Walk out of the library and onto a wind-carved hill at sunset. Below you, a line of pillars points to the horizon. A teacher in a robe with sand on its hem raises a hand and tells the crowd, "Watch the moon rise at this stone. When it stands there, the flood will be higher. When it stands there, the stones will show their backs for an hour." Maybe he is a priest. Maybe he is a farmer with good memory and clear words. He seems to hold an old calendar in his palm. He points to a swollen lantern and calls it a sign. People nod. They do not yet say, "Peri-G." They say, "Near moon," and the word comes out like both praise and warning. Fringe timelines stretch the mind. They string together scattered notes. A clay tablet that speaks of a no-moon night lasting many nights. A myth that claims the white disk was once a two-faced goddess who turned her bright cheek toward us only after men promised to be kinder. A rock with scratch marks that someone claims show a path too wild for our comfortable moon to draw. They're telling the sky changed in human memory, not just in slow ages. The lantern was captured, or it circled lower for a while, or it wore a veil of dust that made it look twice its size. Turned blood, then pale as bone. These ideas feel forbidden not only because they argue with textbooks, but because they give the night a will and a temper, and that makes time feel like a place you can get lost in. Myth sits down on the same hill and spreads its cloak. It tells a story of a chief who married the moon and brought her to live close for a season. The sea swelled with pride. Fish leapt into baskets. The flats went wide as fields. Then the chief grew boastful and cruel. The moon moved away. The sea sulked and ate 2 villages. We learned, the storyteller says, we learned to be small and to count. In another place, a legend says there were once two moons. One was shy and hid in the halo of the bold one. On a night of quarreling, the shy one slid away, and the sky shook like drums. After that, the tides took on their slow drumbeat, and the people built steps on the beach, just in case the bold one grew tired and came to sit. You can dismiss such stories. You can also hold them gently and see what they carry. Often they carry weather woven to wonder. Often they carry warnings tied to beauty. Sometimes, inside the soft fabric of myth, there's a hard kernel of observation. When the moon looks like that, the tide will be like this. The forbidden timelines tie those kernels together and make a chain that reaches into ages where facts are thin and poems are thick. They are not proofs. They are questions embalmed in art. Now set the engravings aside and stand at the edge of a clear night. The moon rides up from the dark line of the sea. It is smaller than those old plates show, or maybe your mind has shrunk it by getting used to it. You feel your own timeline, simple and short. Lean toward a simpler story. It is helpful to ask what the calm voice of mainstream science says about the lantern that lights half of all our nights. If not captured late, then how did it truly come to hang there? If the sky misbehaved in pictures and poems, what did the sky actually do? The teacher on the hill lowers his staff. The crowd waits. The tide is turning somewhere far from here. The silver path on the water trembles and then smooths. The lantern climbs without hurry. You can ask the question now in a single, bright line. What does mainstream science say about where our moon truly came from? Imagine a newborn Earth. No blue, no calm. Its skin, a glowing ocean of rock. The sky is crowded with ash and sparks. The sun is the same sun, but the light feels older. When it hits a world so young, now picture a visitor arriving without a sound you can hear. A planet almost as big as Mars, sliding on a path that does not forgive. It meets Earth not as a gentle guest, but as fire meeting fire. Rock splashes like water. Mountains move like cloth. A spray of incandescent debris arcs into space and wraps our world in a bright ring, a halo that hisses where night would be. This is catastrophe as origin, the giant impact that writes our moon into being. The ring is not quiet. Inside it, small pieces kiss and join, break and join again, like beads learning to be a necklace. The largest bead wins by patience and by luck. It gathers heat by gathering mass. And as it grows, the glow under its skin slows. The newborn moon is molten, then crusted, then pocked by the rain of leftovers. Beneath its hardening face, a magma ocean sloshes and sets. Its heart is smaller than Earth's, its iron stolen by the violence of birth. It becomes airless and cools while our world still smokes. That, says the calm voice in the lab, is how the lantern came to be. Not captured late, but born from our own torn mantle, a child of crisis. Separation begins at once. Two bodies circle each other, pulling tides in each other's flesh. Earth raises bulges in the molten moon. The moon lifts oceans and even atmosphere on Earth. The dance is not gentle. Tides rub. Friction turns motion into heat. Energy moves. Orbits change. The moon slowly slides outward, a tiny bit each year, paying for distance with Earth's spin. Our day lengthens by whispers. The moon's face at last locks to us, one side always showing, the other side, far side, learning a different set of scars. Catastrophe creates stability. The lantern's steady pull steadies our tilt. keeps our seasons from tumbling through wild tricks, gives life a stage it can build on without rewriting its script each generation. The picture gains detail without losing its bold shape. Isotopes, those delicate weights of atoms, match between Earth's mantle and moon rocks in a way that fits this story. Simulations on patient machines find paths where an impact like this leaves a ring like that, and a moon like ours. You can hold the image of a ring glowing above a torn Earth and feel both dread and gratitude. Without the blow, perhaps no lantern. Without the lantern, perhaps no long patience in climate. Without patience, perhaps no forests old enough to have tall ideas in their shade. Walk the timeline forward. The moon keeps leaving, not fast. About a finger width more distant every year if your finger were a slow thought. In its going, it gives our days more room. Long ago, a day may have been like a sprint, short, bright, sharp. Now it is a long walk, very long from the standpoint of creatures who can think about clocks. The moon's path draws wider circles. Eclipses change their rules in slow ways. Tides adjust their handwriting along each coast. You can go to a quiet reef and slice a very old coral and count tiny lines that were once daily growth, and see more lines trapped inside a year than we have now. The clock is not broken. It is a living thing that breathes slower with age. It feels strange, this thought that separation creates stability. It is like a parent stepping back so a child can stand, like two dancers learning they move better when their hands are light, not hard. The moon's drift is not abandonment. It is a long lesson in balance. We owe much to the distance that grows. We owe much to the blow that began the distance, all of it wrapped in fire and cooled to a calm white coin. Now ask the practical question that any builder or sailor would ask. If the moon is slowly leaving us, how do we measure its footsteps? How do we know the pace and check the models and tune the story from bright idea to tested truth? In a world of dust and rock so far away, what ruler can we lay across the sky? Picture a mountain top at night. The air is thin and clean, a little bitter in the throat. Inside a dome, a quiet machine sits like a patient animal. It doesn't look like a telescope that paints pictures for walls. It looks like a careful finger that taps the night and waits to feel the echo. A laser warms to life. Not a red beam like a cheap pointer, but a tight, invisible pulse that leaps into the dark in a burst shorter than a blink, shorter than a heartbeat's whisper. It crosses the space between worlds in a bit more than a second and lands on the moon's face, on a small square of mirrors set there by human hands. Think of those mirrors as a trick of shape. Each is a corner cube reflector, 3 faces like the inside corner of a little box cut from glass. No matter how you tilt such a box, a ray that enters goes back the way it came, stubborn as truth. Apollo crews placed arrays of these on the gray plane, Apollo 11, 14, 15. So did the unmanned Lunicard rovers from across the old line on Earth. Moon dust coats everything, but the corner cubes still do their simple magic. The pulse hits and scatters inside those tiny rooms, then returns on the same thin path, a faint set of whispers falling back through a sky that doesn't care. Back on the mountain, the machine listens. The first pulse, left at a time known to better than a millionth of a second. The echo returns a little more than 2.5 seconds later. The machine measures the gap, not by eye, not by ear, but by an electronic tick so fine that a blink would be huge by comparison. From that tiny sliver of time, distance is born. How far light traveled, divided by light's patient speed. Do this again and again, night after night, year after year, and you can watch the ruler itself stretch. The path is a little longer with each decade. The moon is not racing away. It is strolling about the width of your fingernail farther each year. The ruler shows the footsteps. The paradox feels lovely here. Vast space, answered by a fraction of a second. A beach length of emptiness, measured with a heartbeat's slice. From such measures grow big checks. The same data that give us the drift also test the bones of gravity. They ask whether Earth and Moon fall the same way toward the Sun. They check if the strength of gravity changes with time, enough to matter. So far, gravity smiles and holds its place. The laser light sketches a bright, stubborn line across ideas that like to wander. The models tune. The story tightens. The lanterns. Slow leaving is not a rumor anymore. It is a number. Numbers breed other numbers. If the moon is this much farther each year, then long ago it was this much closer. If days are this much longer now, then long ago they were shorter by a few breaths. Corals keep those breaths in limestone. Tidal sediments hold them in ripples caught like fingerprints. Fossils that grew in daily pulses give you calendars no king could fake. In the lab and on the shore, the same slow rhythm speaks, and yet, in your chest, a small question still taps. People did not wait for lasers to dance their lives around the lantern. They planted, fished, traveled, and prayed by a clock written in light and water. Calendars grew from the tug of tide and the shine of night. Festivals chose the nights when the coin was round, and markets learned the low water hour by a notch in a jetty. Does knowing the exact pace of the moon's leaving explain why human ritual sways when it does? Maybe partly. The rest belongs to the heart and the eye, to the way a full moon turns danger into a guide and effort into song. Step outside the dome for a moment. The machine hums. The laser humbles the distance. Down in the valley, lights blink on in little towns. A rooster crows at the wrong time because a shadow runs across him. You turn and see a bite missing from the bright coin. The night begins to do the oldest trick of power and fear. Now imagine noon turning to evening in a breath. The street goes quiet. Birds fold their wings mid-call and look up. Shadows sharpen and then lose their edges. The heat that pressed your shoulders all morning loosens its grip and slides away, as if someone opened a door to a cool room. You hear cheers in one direction and prayers in another. Dogs whine. Roosters crow, confused by a sunset that climbs from the wrong edge of the sky. Above you, the moon slides onto the sun like one coin over another. The fit is too perfect. The circles kiss, and a ring of fire burns where daylight should be. A perfect fit that should be impossible repeats often enough to rule empires. Stand under that ring and you feel why it moved kings. In the old courts, a sudden darkness could shame a ruler or make him look like a god, depending on who spoke first. Priests learned to count the pattern, not in easy numbers, but in a long drum beat. The sorrows, a cycle of about 18 years and some hours, after which the geometry of sun, earth, and moon repeats enough that eclipses come back, like old actors playing new towns. The Babylonians kept tallies on clay, the Maya carved dates in stone, and watched the dance of shadow with a precision that still pinches the mind. In China, the story of drums beaten to scare a dragon from the sun wears the weight of warning. Lose track of the sky, and you may lose your head. Mainstream explanations are simple if you strip the wonder away. The moon's orbit is tilted, so most of the time it passes above or below the sun from our point of view. Only when it crosses the line, the node, while the sun is near that same line, do we get the show. The coincidence that our moon's apparent size matches our sun's so closely is temporary on the scale of worlds. The moon's slow leaving means that far in the future, total eclipses will turn into annular rings only. Far in the past, the moon was big enough in the sky to hide the sun more boldly. We live in a sweet middle age, blessed with fire rings that wear hair as bright as a god's crown, and with shadow snakes that slither along the ground in the last minutes before full cover. Fringe histories hang bright threads from eclipse to war, from shadow to throne. They name generals who waited for the sky to scare their enemies before they marched. They tell the story of a sailor who used a lunar eclipse to steal food from islanders by promising to darken the moon unless they helped. They whisper about secret stairways where a king could step into darkness at the exact second the crowd gasped, then reappear with the sun to claim he held a leash on light. Are these tales tidy? Yes. Are they a little too neat? Often. Do they carry a truth, anyway? They do. Whoever holds the clock of shadow holds the room. Myth paints it warmly and sometimes with dread. A jaguar eats the sun and spits it back out. A serpent coils around the world and tightens, then loosens. Two lovers meet, one of fire, one of bone, just long enough to kiss a ring into the air. In every version, people do something in response. They bang pots. They sing the whole village's list of names, so no one is lost in the strange half-night. They bring out water and watch it turn to black mercury. They breathe together and remember that they are small, and that small can be sweet when it is, not frightened. Notice the way power lives in the seam. A court that can say, "Do not fear, it will pass at this moment," wears a crown that shines in the shade. A city that can place a balcony where the disk will slide just so, or carve a slit through which the last light will run along a marked floor at the exact minute of the deepest dark, builds its authority into stone. The moon's shadow has no weight, and yet it can press on 1,000,000 hearts at once. It can command quiet from birds and crowds alike. It can twist a day into a memory no one will ever lose. People who plan for that can steer a people without touching them. You stand in the hush. The ring thins. A bead of sunlight pops free like a bright pearl, Bailey's bead, and day rushes back, not all at once, but as a soft flood. Heat returns. Roosters, late, go to bed. The crowd sighs as if it had been holding its breath underwater and has finally reached air. Somewhere, a king nods and steps back into a cool hall. Somewhere else, a mason designs a courtyard with one high lintel and one narrow window to catch a certain kind of shadow on a certain kind of noon. If shadow could command armies, what else did the moon command? Architecture. Imagine a city that learned to breathe with the sea. At dawn, its veins open, gates swing, sluices sigh, stair canals gleam like wet ribs. Plazas are not flat promises. They are bowls designed to fill and empty. Doors wear water lines like rings on a tree. Tide basements wait below quiet courtyards with trap hinges and brick lungs, built not to keep water out, but to let it pass in the right order. Bridges squat low and wide. Alleys curl toward inlets like tributaries toward a heart. The people here do not speak of winning against water. They speak of keeping tempo. Control, they discovered, is surrender with better timing. Watch a keeper at a wheel that lifts a gate. He listens first. He sniffs the air for salt and river silt. He squints at a bronze rod marked with old notches. The families call it the ancestor of clocks. Then he whines. The channel thins to a thread, then fattens to a tongue, then slides into the waiting basin where paddle wheels yawn awake and grind grain before noon. Children run along the plaza lip to see which stair will flood first. Their grandparents nod and tell stories about a year when a gate stuck and the square blossomed with hurrying fish. Engineers draw fast chalk on stone. Priests scratch slow, chalk on the same stone, and everyone agrees the moon is the third hand on their wheel. Mainstream builders explain the grammar with patient fingers. A city on a tide learns amplitude, phase, and resonance. It lowers walls where water should enter, raises them where water must not linger, cuts sluices that open on the falling half to pull stink away. It builds stair canals to bleed pressure and leave gifts, silt for gardens, fish for pans, cool air for nights that run too hot. It studies springs and neaps, the mood swings of a bay shaped like a bell or a bottle. It becomes a machine made of stone whose fuel is the lean of the moon and the breath of the sea. Surrender is not defeat. It is choreography. Fringe voices run fingertips over older bricks and smile at forgotten intelligence. They trace buried culverts that bend like the path of a once visible current, find valves carved from single blocks, read flood marks chiseled into lintels with symbols for winds we no longer name. They point at tide mills, older than the printed word, at fish stairs that separate species by their jump. They whisper that some drowned neighborhoods under modern keys might not be accidents, but sacrifices, districts turned into deliberate cisterns to save the rest. We think we invented sponge cities, they say, but the sponge is older than parchment. Myth hums in the shade of a colonnade and sets a small bowl at the foot of a sluice. Feed the first water, a grandmother says as the level rises, and the last water will be kind. In one tale, the sea mother comes each month to shop the market. She prefers plazas that bow to her. She dislikes straight streets that pretend not to know her name. In another, the city is a bride with pearls for floodgates, married to a patient lantern who sends dowries in predictable waves. Children learn the marriage rules: open when she knocks, close when she curls her fingers, never bolt the door on a spring tide, never sleep through a north wind, walk the steps as noon leans to afternoon. A tide basement receives its guest, sighs and clears. Sunlight plays across wet brick like scales on a breathing thing. The plaza glitters, drains, leaves small pools for birds and bare feet. Everyone acts as if this is normal, because normal is a calendar of managed miracles. But the keepers exchange a look when the barometer drops, and the line of the horizon grows indistinct. They have seen nights when surrender on schedule meets force without manners. They have heard windows become aquariums and sirens blur with wind. Their city is a deal with the sea, signed in the language of hinges and patience, and all deals depend on weather and timing. The lantern climbs. The breeze stiffens. A taste of iron tints the air. The smallest child asks the largest question in a whisper that travels under arches. But what happens the night's control fails. Night arrives early, not because the sun is gone, but because the east is a wall. The horizon turns black, and then disappears, as if someone erased the line between world and sky. The first gusts slap the water until it stands up in short, mean teeth. Windows become aquariums lit from inside. Fish dart in the reflections of lamps. Curtains float like seagrass. Sirens blur with wind into one long metallic animal. Those who know watch their feet. A leap of the sea, by a hand's width on a ruler, becomes a hand on the throat of streets. The moon tonight is a shade closer. Only centimeters. But a few centimeters closer, and the world becomes an archive of errors. You can name the parts with careful words. Surge, the wind's long thumb, pressing water into a basin. Setup, waves piling what the tide and pressure have allowed. Low pressure itself, lifting the surface like bread in a warm room, and under it all, the spring tide, fat and timely, answering the moon's nearness. Add them, and the sum walks upstairs. Gates that would have handled any one of those guests now greet all of them together. Water finds every shortcut, drawn on plans to be opened next year. Pumps cough, lids rattle. The tide basement that usually sings like a happy well now growls like a throat clearing. People move like they've practiced because they have. Blocks go up. Boards slide into grooves worn smooth by many seasons. Lines run from boats to doorposts, placed high where knots remember the hands that tied them. There is a chalk mark on a column, a waist-high line from the last lesson. The water smirks past it. You understand why even calm cities keep tall tales. Not to scare children, but to keep adults honest. Remember the year of the blue stare, someone says, and everyone looks at the steps that haven't been blue in 20 years and sees them blue again. Mainstream forecasters warn in hours and centimeters. Perigean spring tide, peaking near midnight, winds from the quadrant that feeds the bay's worst angle. Pressure dropping 3 millibars more than models liked. They mention the long nodal cycle. The slow nod the moon makes every 18 and a bit years that can lean tides higher or lower, nudging a bad night toward worse. The math is plain. The math also has edges. Water, like people, ignores averages on the worst days. Fringe talkers add old notebooks to the table, entries in ink the color of weak tea. The night of 3 knocks, the tide that turned corners, the quiet flood. They remind you that some climbs happen with no roar, only with sure steps. They pull stories of lanterns that looked too large for a season, of tides that wore boots and left marks above the highest carved fish on the temple gate. Is the lantern truly closer than it should be? Or is the air lighter, the wind longer, the bay more resonant this year? They won't claim. They will insist you look. Myth chooses a simpler truth with teeth. The sea and the moon share a rope, and storms borrow it. When the rope is slack, you can walk it like a street. When it is tight, you take off your shoes and climb for higher doors. Drums come out on balconies, not to scare a dragon, but to call a memory. Keep time, keep pace, keep watch. The city speaks back to the water with wood and bronze and patience. Sometimes the water listens. Sometimes it hums a tune too old and loud to hear the little drums. A pain failing sounds like a note. Thin, sad, then gone. The keeper at the wheel closes his eyes for 1 count, then opens them and cranks until his shoulders burn. The plaza fills to the line, scratched by an ancestor who wanted his grandchild to know where safety stops. Boats knock ribs on stone, thudding like distant doors, closing, opening, closing. The night writes itself across ledgers and faces. By dawn the water has stepped down a rung. By noon it has found its manners again. The marks it left will be added to the list. The list will become a law. The law will become a habit. The habit will save a life on some future black horizon. You stand on a stair that is not blue, and see, as if through time water, the farther edge of the world. Shelves of ice with feet in the sea, listening to the same ropes pull. If storms can borrow the moon's strength and climb city stairs, what of the ice shelves at the edges? Imagine a white plain that seems too still to be alive. Then it breathes. Crevasses open a hand's width and close with a sound like a slow sigh. Whole plates, kilometers across, bend like thick parchment. A ridge settles with a soft thump. You feel through your boots. There is no surf here, only a deep hush, and yet the quietest places can crack loudest. The tide reaches under the ice's feet and lifts or lowers them by a span of your arm. The change is not huge, but the stiffest. Fields ripple. Stand near a grounding line, where the glacier's belly leaves rock and begins to float. A black slot opens and closes on a pace no metronome would pick. Faster on some days, slower on others, a rhythm braided from the moon's mood, the bay's shape, and the river of ice behind you, pressing forward with centuries of weight. Thus dot front out to sea, an ice shelf face as tall as a building, leans a little more at high water, relaxes at low, and peppers the bay with plates and shards that sound like porcelain breaking in a slow-motion room. If you listen long enough, you can hear spring and nape in the choir, fortnights written in crack and quiet. Mainstream glaciology names pieces and fits them into cause. Flexure at the grounding line reduces friction as water rises. Grounding zone slip quickens. Crevasses open at the top when the shelf bends down, and at the bottom when it bends up. Meltwater lakes on the surface, blue as bottled sky, can drain in minutes through fractures, pumping the shelf like a diaphragm. Hydrofracture turning hairline into through line when weight and warmth align. The mélange, the winter mash of ice rubble in front of the shelf, stiffens under cold and buttresses the wall. In summer it loosens and lets the front breathe deeper. The moon's small exact tug repeats and repeats until the ice learns the ta refrain. Fringe minds stretch the song back into the long cold. They ask what notes were played in ancient great winters when tides may have run a hair stronger and shelves sprawled like continents. Did spring Niap beat through those miles of frozen prairie and draw invisible lines where breakups later preferred to happen? Did a lower lantern once teach ice to kneel faster, to answer tide with louder chords? They comb stranded beaches, the ice left when it finally stepped back and find rhythmites, layers in silt and sand that read like a drum pattern, thick, thin, thin, thick, tidal fingerprints pressed into the bed of a vanished sea. Myth has fewer words, but a longer breath. The ice is a sleeping giant with his feet in salt. The moon is a nurse who checks his chest and lifts his hand twice a day. He shifts, and villages 1,000 miles away feel his turning in the way their own tide licks stone. People do not come. Hear much, so the stories are compact and portable. Listen, look, trust the rope between sky and sea. Even under white noon, you walk along a line of flags that look like lost thoughts in the wind. Somewhere beneath you, a plume of fresh, cold water squeezes from under the shelf, rises because it is lighter than the salt around it, and pulls deep, warmer water with it in a ghostly fountain. The tide changes the shape of that plume, spreads it at highs, tightens it at lows, whispering growth and melt instructions to the front in a code of temperature and flow. Seals read this code with their bodies. So do the shelves. So does the winter itself, arriving a week early or late, because a plume found a new path in a spring with odd tides. The paradox you brought from the city returns in fur. The stiffest fields ripple, the quietest places crack loudest. You touch, your glove to the ice, and feel the hum through your fingers like a patient cat purring in its sleep. If ice can be tuned, then the moon is a musician and the ocean is an instrument, and whole coasts are listening. Somewhere back in the record books of rock and shell, this music must have left its bars and rests. You look out over a plain, so bright it hurts. Your breath makes a small cloud that the wind tucks under the shelf. In your mind a picture blazes, the same plain stretched to the equator, the lantern bigger, the tides running like breath through a flute, the size of the world. If ice can be tuned, what notes were played in ancient great winters? Picture a white earth under a moon that looks too close for comfort. The oceans wear lids from pole to near the middle of the planet. Only along the equator do ribbons of dark water show, steaming like scars in a hot bath. The continents hide under ice bright enough to bounce most of the sun back into space, and yet it moves. The tide glides under wide lids and leans at the edges. Plates of sea ice slide past one another with soft, grinding moans. Leads open and close like blinking eyes. Total freeze, supported by constant motion. That is the thought experiment. A snowball world with wild tides. Mainstream scientists have sketched versions of this in clean strokes. In the cryogenian, they say, ice may have reached low latitudes. Volcanic breath built a sky of greenhouse gas, while rock weathering slowed under the cold, and over millions of years that breath warmed the blanket enough for thaw. Under the lid, the ocean did not sit still. Tidal mixing, helped by seafloor bumps and the leaning of the moon, moved nutrients and heat where sunlight could not, feeding life that learned to be patient in the dark and explode in the thin bands, where light could leak under cracks. The equator's steaming leads may have been the narrow stage where photosynthesis kept its spark alive. A dark theater with a narrow strip of lit boards. Fringe imaginations nudge the lantern a finger width, lower in the sky, and ask what that would do. A few more centimeters of pull could make basal tides flex thicker shelves, widen leads at the equator, stir the pantry under the ice more often. They picture internal tides taller than cathedrals marching under the lid, breaking on underwater. Ridges and throwing invisible spray that warmed the skin above by a whispered hair. They wonder if the moon's long cycles lined up with the slow breath of volcanoes and weathering, writing verses of colder, warmer. With a meter, we are only now learning to hum. Myth takes the white world and makes it livable. In one legend, a white fox runs around the equator with a burning stick in its mouth, melting a path where hunters can follow seals and find open water to fish. In another, the moon is a drummer, and the ice is a drumhead. The beat keeps the world from sleeping forever. People in warm houses today tell these stories not to explain spectra, but to keep courage alive for long winters of their own making, nights of hunger, months of poor nets. The doctrine is the same as on any shore. Watch, measure, move when the path is open, save when it is closed. Consider the physics of habit squeezed into a narrow place. Leads along the equator act like conveyor belts. They take warm brine from the tropics and drag it under the cold skin. They invite wind to grab the ocean and stir it. They let the moon's pull turn into actual moving water, not just hidden flecks. Life crowds these belts. Microbes paint the underside of ice like stars painted the top. When a lead opens under a bright lantern, Their glow, if you could have seen it, would have looked like spilled milk under glass. The richest places are those that cannot stay. Even in snowball time, that rule holds. Then the thaw. Volcanic, breath thickens the sky. The sun's work begins to show. The white mirror dims. The sea remembers its blue. Ice steps back a day earlier than last year, then a week earlier. Lakes on the lid drain with sudden whispers that cut canyons in an afternoon. Rivers remember old beds not used in a million sleeps. Coastlines reappear like faces after a long fever. The moon is still there, pulling. The first true tide's on. Naked shores slap stone like applause after a too long pause. Channels align to the old harmonics, as if some muscle memory hides in granite. Mainstream views say the thaw would not have been a single noon, but many dawns, thousands upon thousands. Yet even slow dawns have moments that look like lightning when you are standing in them. Outwash plains turn from white to braided pewter in a season. Deltas splay like hands at the mouths of rivers that had lived under lids and now want to touch sky. Currents that barely moved under ice learn to run again and yank at coasts with the energy of a young thing remembering how to dance. Fringe wanderers ask whether a slightly stronger tide back then helped write the first maps of where warm currents go now, setting templates we still inherit. Streaks of salt, where the conveyor prefers to flow, kinks and loops that found their ruts when banks were mud and not rock. They imagine galleries of first beaches, populated by animals stepping on land to follow food around a bend the tide had drawn. Perhaps, they say, the moon taught that first brave foot where the hard edge ended and the safe wet began. Myth shrinks the epoch to a story you can carry. A family heard the ice sing higher each night, so they packed baskets and followed the song. They walked beside a black river that had been white forever, and on the seventh night, fish jumped as if chosen. We found the old road, the grandmother says. We didn't know it had ever been there. But the moon did. You feel the power of that in your own breath. Motion recalls motion. Water remembers roots the way a body remembers dances. Stand on a fresh shore in your mind. The lantern throws its net over a sea that is new and ancient at once. The first, big tide, of the first warm year in a long time, probes every notch on the coast, like a curious hand. Mangroves step forward, sands test new bars. Estuaries taste salt and send it back in careful doses. You ask the last question of this bright thought, as if it were a small thing. It is not. When the thaw came, how fast did the water remember? Where to go? Imagine a shoreline that refuses to sit still. One summer, the line of grass touches the water and bends like a bow. By the next, it has stepped back 3, 6, 10 strides, and the marsh has swallowed fence posts whole. The estuary's mouth widens as if learning to yawn. Fields that once held quiet geese slip under a thin skin of salt that glitters like spilled glass. From a cliff top, you watch the water creep without sound, a slow, silent fire that eats only edges and takes only inches, then returns for more. The paradox is sharp enough to cut. The most patient element moves faster than history can write. By the time a scribe dips a reed to record the old boundary, the river has redrawn the page. Look closer, and you see stair steps in the tail. Shorelines don't drift like smoke. They jump like cautious animals. A terrace of old beach sits above a new strand line, like an eyebrow over an eye. Coral reefs show flat tops, wave-cut tables, at heights that come in bands, as if the ocean stood still for a breath then climbed a stair, then stood again, in muddy cores taken from drowned valleys. Shells of creatures that loved fresh water lie tidy beneath shells that loved brine. The change so thin it feels like a page turn. Elders in towns at river mouths tell you their grandfathers fished where brown water met blue. A line, now 2 kilometers inland. Their hands draw the old map, while their eyes follow the new one. The letters cannot keep up with the tide's footfall. Mainstream science gives names to the leaps. Meltwater surges, pulses when great ice gave up fast. Lifted seas faster than a village could teach its children new paths home. Whole lakes dammed by ice broke their patience and emptied in weeks. Rivers inside glaciers carved pipes the width of streets and ran, unseen, to the sea. Isostatic rebound tilted the drawing board. Ground once pressed down by ice rose like a released spring. Ground at the edges subsided. Local tides changed character with each change in shape, as if the bay itself learned new manners every few generations. In the hum of this machinery, you hear a double beat, the steady climb we speak of in meters per century, and the sudden steps we feel in a lifetime, inches in a summer, a field in a decade, a house in a story. Fringe minds walk those terraces and imagine faster drums. They point to drowned river mouths far out on the shelf, to lines cut into cliff faces at heights no living memory dares, to rolled boulders on flats where quiet waves now play. They whisper of a sky that leaned harder, of a moon that felt nearer, for a season of years, of storms that learned new tricks when they borrowed that extra pull. They trace the pattern of quick rises in old coral, as if following a heartbeat that stuttered, then raced. Some carry comet fire in their pockets, stories of cold visitors that woke winds and water. They do not try to be kings of proof. They try to hold a space where the page can hold a jolt. Myth does not draw graphs. It draws doors. In one valley, the people spoke of a green flood, a tide that arrived without roar, laying down thin salt in furrows and leaving the wheat standing like surprised soldiers. In another, a woman dreamed that the river had teeth. When she woke, the estuary had swallowed the stone where she had dried fish since girlhood. A fisher in a farther cove tied his boat to a tree every night that month, though the water had never kissed that root before. When it did, he was proud and a little ashamed. The shape of a fear becomes a ritual. The ritual becomes a rule. Build the new sill 3 hands higher than the old, and keep rope coiled near the door. From headlands to deltas, people stepped away as the page turned. Some left a notch cut into a doorpost at the height the water reached on a bright wrong night. Some stacked stones in cairns taller than a man on the last dry hill of a spit that would be an island before their sons married. Some planted a new row of willows where the salt line paused, green scribbles beside a gray edge. They carried stories like folded maps. There is a bar of sand where the bay narrows, crossed there on the 3rd night after the bright moon. There is fresh water at the foot of the cliff where a spring once ran. It runs at low, only now. There is a tree that still rings when the tide knocks. Follow that bell. Memory moved inland at the speed of walking, carrying the sea on its tongue. Walk the estuary's throat in your mind and hear its speech change. Choked with silt, it gurgles. Widened, it hums. Each step up brings new guests. First the grass shrimp, then the blue crabs, then the silver schools that flash like thoughts. The fields bow out, and the tide takes the seat. Fences become perches, ditches become creeks, culverts learn salt. A farmer presses a leaf to his tongue and knows the law has arrived in brine. His ledgers must learn a new column. His children's games must learn a new rule. Come home when the road becomes a mirror. The sea writes in wet ink. It smears easy and dries slow. The paradox persists, even when you accept its bored face. Patience that outruns memory, calm that beats the pen. You try to measure with a stick, and the tide laughs and takes the stick and returns it on a day you didn't come. You put a stake at the edge and come back to find it standing in water like a pilgrim. So you make a different measurement. You listen to the oldest woman in the village. She says the egrets arrived a week earlier this year and left a week later. You build a clock from wings, and you are not wrong. The land tells the stair-step story, even where no human has stood. Salt kills the low trees like a soft axe. Their gray ribs hold the line for a while, then fall, then float, then line the new edge like bones. Marsh grass rushes in as if eager, weaving a new skin. It is easy to call this loss, and it is. But it is also a trade, nursery for oysters and fish, new rooms for new mouths. The bay breathes, and every breath is a line you can walk if you are ready to move your feet when the world redraws itself. Stand high and look down. See the slow fire spread. No smoke, no flame, only a gleam. See the old path go under and the new one appear as if it always had. Ask the question that looks backward and forward at once. Who left as the tide advanced? And what did they carry in their stories? Imagine a village asleep under a thin quilt of fog. Roofs dark as loaves cooling on a rack. The streets are empty, but the shore is awake. The tide rolls its shoulders and begins to breathe in. Somewhere a bell line of small metal cups tinkles. When water touches them, a dog lifts its head before a ripple reaches the lowest step. Inside, hearts keep their own timing. A slow, sure metronome that learned its beat long before any clock ticked above a mantel. In bed, a fisherman's fingers twitch in his sleep with the memory of knots. A woman stirs and cannot say why, then smiles and sleeps again. Outside, an unseen drum keeps time for the whole village. The paradox is homely and strange. We think with clocks we never built. Open the window and listen to bodies keep time with the sky. In a river mouth, glass eels rise on a flood, as if tugged by a string. When the moon is thin and the water dark, their numbers swell. On a coast of sand, grunion wriggle up in a glittering sheet exactly on nights when the surf's reach and the phases light agree. Laying eggs in a line, the next waves will set, and the last waves will not. Coral cities far away pulse as one. Millions of mouths turning to snow on a single warm evening after a full moon, their calendars held in tissue and light. Palolo worms break like green confetti at a month's end and rise in rafts to be scooped by hands that learned their doctrines from grandmothers, not books. In forests, deer move more under bright nights. In savannas, cats do, too. Under the same coin, humans dream differently. Some sleep lighter, some wake more. We don't just watch the moon. Parts of us answer it. Mainstream biology finds names for the hidden clocks, circadian rhythms, day-night, driven by light and heat, circadial, around 12 hours and a bit, tuned-in crabs and snails that know when air will find them, circalunar, monthly, slower pulses that swing from worms, to fish to coral, sometimes to us. Genes tick, proteins rise and fall, glands whisper. Even in laboratories, away from coast and night sky, some creatures keep their sea-taught hours for days, as if a metronome in the blood kept time when the conductor is absent. Not everything that people say the moon stirs proves out clean. Hospitals argue over emergency room data. Birth myths come and go like weather, but the drum is there in other skins, striking neat demos of the world's oldest teacher. Fringe thought leans closer and hears more. It suggests that our bodies, even in cities where glass locks out tide and streetlight smothers stars, still contain a ghost of the sea's breath. It wonders if some forms of mood and rest bend, a little, to bright nights over quiet ones. If arguments felt sharper in kitchens on certain months, not because of fate, but because of subtle pull. Less dark, a little later bedtime, a little more walking outside to look up. It asks if old rules of sailors don't set out on a certain bright forlong moon when wind is from this quarter, aren't mere superstition, but a short poem that hides big machines, tide, wind, glare, height of surf, prey. It offers that our ancestors noticed and built habits around noticing, until those habits looked like law. Myth gives that law a face and a seat at the table. In islands where canoes leave at dusk, the calendar lives in stories whose verbs are phases. When she is thin and chasing, when she is fat and resting, when she hides her face. In one town, people say the moon is a schoolmistress with a silver stick. If you get the low water hour wrong twice, she taps you. 3, she sends you home wet. Elsewhere, men time haircuts, and women time certain rites to nights when the lantern is shy, and they will not explain beyond a smile and a shrug. In northern settlements, hunters write the months in animals and moons together. Goose moon, egg moon, planting moon, hungry moon. These are not decorations. They are instructions embedded in names. Walk through the sleeping village as the first boats push off. A bell clinks once on the pier when two bodies in the water meet, river and tide. The pilot knows by sound whether the flood bites or merely tastes. He does not check his wrist. He checks the seam. In the square, a judge pins a notice. The boundary between public and private will be read on the NAEP, not before. The law here is ink written with a wet pen. It must be recopied each decade, or storms will do it for you. The clerk yawns and already has his book open to the right moon. In kitchens, calendars are bones and shells. A grandmother keeps a string with knots for bright nights. A child's hand-sized calendar for cod and for crabs. She ties a thread to the door latch on the day the river first tastes salt each spring. The thread's color this year becomes the year's name in her own head. She may laugh at city almanacs, but her wrist bones tell her when to stand. A newborn is fed, then set to sleep near the open door where cool damp from the lane can reach. He will learn the drum, someone says. All of us did, even in our mothers. There is love in that line, and the weight of more than love. Mainstream. History shows how those drums became tables of law and tables of dues. Priests needed the phase to name a rite. Pilots needed the hour for safe mouths. Bakers and millers, selling time as much as bread, watched the weir and wheel and opened shutters when the level said, now. Taxes in fish towns were not one number, but numbers by moon, a neap price, a spring price, a time when no selling was allowed, because every hand must go to the gate. The clerk's book labeled days with small moons drawn in the margins like friendly faces. Nature wrote policy. People kept the pen from drying out. Fringe eyes, never tired of secrets, ask how much of this was knowledge and how much was governance. If you hold the calendar, you hold the cadence of hunger and plenty, predicting the silver drum a day earlier than a neighbor buys you loyalty. Hiding the clearest hours behind a ritual's curtain keeps a crowd respectful. Did some cities turn noticing into power and power into law? Of course. Does that make the noticing less true? Not at all. It makes the need to share it more urgent. You look up. The moon is a thumbprint above the roofs, blurred by thin cloud. You feel in your chest a soft metronome that is yours and not yours, ancient and close. You ask the question that connects bone to book, alley to court. If bodies keep lunar time, how did cultures turn it into law? Picture a ledger left open on a wooden counter, its pages smudged with salt and oil. One column is for names, one for baskets, one for phase. Tiny circles are drawn in the margin, empty for new, half for quarter, full for full, and beside them, numbers that tell what a basket of fish owes the town on that face. Bells mark crossings. When the tide sleeps lowest, a path across the bay becomes safe for carts, and small courts meet on a paved strip to settle fights while the sea listens. The paradox that guides all this is simple and slippery. Nature writes, policy in wet ink. Write too slow, and the page blurs. Write too fast, and the next tide laughs and edits. Listen to how the day moves by law and tide together. The harbor pilot takes his fee in the hour of slack, found in the seam where river recoil and salt push cancel into mirror. Market stalls open late on neaps when flats stay under. They burst early when springs bear the best hunting grounds, and everyone arrives heavy. Bakers fire ovens to catch the cold exhale that drains lanes when the fall rushes. The bread keeps better on those mornings. A town crier announces that the court will meet at the eastern stepping stones, 2 hours after the moon's first. Bite tonight. Because in this place, clocks are also moonrise mapped onto stare. Mainstream historians flip through receipts with careful fingers and find the infrastructure of fairness hidden in tide marks. Rights to gather shellfish stop at a line called mean high water. The laws compromise between chaos and habit. Taxes on tidal mills are written in odd fractions because their wheels turn best on spring weeks and idle on neap. The miller pays in favor and flour, not in coin alone. Ferries publish tables with bright stamps, because getting caught on an island by a late tide means a night of wages lost, and the justice who hears your excuse will ask to see the stamp. Even the poor own something valuable, a knowledge of where water lingers and where it hurries. They lease this knowledge as pilots, guides, weir keepers, and their words carry in counsel because an ignorant law costs more than it earns. Fringe eyes grin at the priest's ledgers. In many towns, they say, temple calendars did more than count holy days. They timed openings of fish gates and collected a tithe when baskets passed the sacred threshold. A bell in a tower was not only a call to prayer. It was a warning that the last safe crossing had begun, and the next would be dangerous. Some rulers, they add, used the silver drum like a scepter, forgiving debts in a hungry neap month, levying a small extra gift when fat full moon catches came heavy, telling a story that he and the lantern were allies. In these tales, an almanac is as sharp a tool as a spear. Myth accepts the edge and softens the hand. In one town, a tale tells of a judge who met late ignoring the tide's wisdom, and lost his shoes when water climbed the steps. The city laughed and wrote a rule that court convenes only when the stones are dry enough to leave no footprint. In another, a woman wove a cord with knots for each moon face and wore it when she sold eels. Customers trusted her price because the cord was honest and older than money. Festivals, too, lean on water. A lantern parade is held when the sea sleeps longest, so children can walk the far sand with candles without wetting their hems. A tax holiday arrives on a new moon's night. A small kindness wrapped in darkness. Walk to the edge where law meets physics with sand between your toes. A bell hangs from a post at a ford. It's rung by the first crosser at the last safe minute, and by the last crosser when his heels touch dry stone. If a cart gets stuck, the bell keeps time for ropes and shoulders. A stone nearby carries carved moons. Thin for August, fat for October, clues to the season's slant on all this. An officer of the town, hair wet and hat tied on hard, checks the bell's rope and the stone's clean face. He is no priest. He is no engineer. He is something in between, a pilot of habits, a keeper of wet law. Inside the ledger waits for him. It shows a page titled with a white coin. The numbers under it are fatter than the page for a dark month. This is policy born of plankton and pull, a revenue stream written by Finn and Faze, and yet it is fragile. Build a wall wrong, and a weir dies. Move a market day careless, and a crossing grows crowded in the wrong hour, and someone is lost. A clever official who pretends to command the water will be corrected by the first spring. He forgets, and the correction will echo in houses that never saw his face. Mainstream governance tries to learn humility. Commissions study marks on old doors. Surveyors measure mean this and highest that, then translate into words that judges can speak. They walk the tide lines with old folk and write exceptions in the margins. The exceptions pile up, and the law looks messy but works. In town, records you find moments when law asked physics for forgiveness, permits delayed by high river months, fines avoided when a fish run arrived out of rhythm and everyone ran with it. Where officials listened, prosperity followed. Where they wrote neat lines on wet pages, memory ate their ink. Fringe storytellers lean in with rumors of the places that forgot to listen. A causeway built straight across a breathing flat and notched poorly. A millkeeper jailed for holding a gate closed when a storm leaned and water needed a wider throat. A tithe demanded on a week of Niep when no boat could leave or return. The result is always the same. The town grows thin and its children learn to say the names of easier ports. The story is a warning braided like rope. 3 chords, priest, pilot, engineer. Leave one out and the rope frays. You stand at a doorway and watch a clerk draw a small white circle in the corner of the next page. The bell rings once, clear, kind, a sound that smells like salt. You ask the question that the whole town answers in work every day. When policy falters, who warns? The priest, the pilot, or the engineer? At low tide, the river doesn't vanish. It becomes a different animal. It shows ribs. It shows secret teeth. Across those bones run lattices of stone. Low walls, set in V's and crescents, their mouths open to the falling water. Fish come like thoughts spilling from a tired mind and find themselves in baskets where hands lift them with a gratitude that feels like prayer. On a back channel, a wheel turns where no river flows, paddles pushed by the sea's slow exhale through a gated pond. A miller listens to the moon with wood and iron. Free power hides in the oldest motion. Walk the weir. Its stones are not cut with pride. They are chosen with care. Each sits in the curl of the next, humans and water sharing the same grammar. At the throat, a gap less than a boat's width funnels the current into a throat the fish cannot ignore. On spring tides, the catch is bright and heavy. On neaps, the weir rests, and so do the hands. Children learn to read the cloud of scales above the gap and tell whether to run for more baskets or more patience. In the muddy shallows, thickets of brush, staked in rows, act as soft fences, guiding minnows and prawns into pens that hold water just long enough for a meal. The design is an alphabet anyone can learn to sound out. Mainstream engineers draw the diagrams that live inside all this. Tide mills fill their ponds on the flood through flapped gates that hinge like eyelids. At high water, the miller bars the way. As the sea falls, he opens a sluice and lets the head, the hill of water, rush through a wheel that turns a stone. Grain becomes flour to the rhythm of bright and dark. Causeways rise where flats harden. Roads for carts at low water. Lines of defense at high. Their culverts must be kind. Too small, and the marsh starves. Too big, and the road becomes a rumor. The old designs wear humility like a belt. The weir lets some fish through. The mill sits quiet when the moon says no. The causeway bows where it must wait. Fringe hearts beat faster near ancient ruins. They find fish traps so big they can be seen from the sky, spirals and chevrons etched in stone across whole coves. They call them sea gardens, tuned to species and season, proof that people long ago coaxed abundance without choking the throat that fed them. They linger at tide mills older than printing, stones rubbed to a polish by the weight of hours. Some wander up estuaries where the ghosts of causeways cross like braided hair and claim a lost cleverness, that we forget how to let water work for us when we grow fond of engines and walls. Myth keeps the machines friendly. In one town, a weir's mouth is called the Maiden's Gate, and people bring the first small fish of the season to a shrine of stone beside it, thanking the moon for turning their mill when clouds hid the sun. Elsewhere, the wheel has a name and a face painted in soot, grinning, wide-eyed, always hungry. Children pat its paddles and whisper their wishes into the wet wood as it passes. A causeway is a sleeping serpent whose back you may walk when he lies still. The rule is never to mock him when he wakes. Stand under the mill's low roof. The smell is damp flour, old wood, iron, salt. The wheel nudges its own echo with each surge. The miller counts by sound, not by watch. When the slap is sharp, the gate is right. When it fattens, he lifts a board, a finger. He can feel spring and nape in his bones, and claims he can tell the nodal nudge. Those long, slow years when heights lean a little higher or lower. Whether or not he can, the act of listening makes the machine more than a box. It is a conversation with the oldest partner. Outside, on the weir's lip, a heron calls a phrase that sounds like advice. A pilot wades a channel he has waded since boyhood and checks the firmness of a bar where the causeway's culvert crosses. The pipe must sing, not rattle. Far away, a river mouth, framed with concrete, grows sicker with each tide. Its walls echo patience back into weakness. The contrast teaches without anger. Where stones invite and guide, water pays rent. Where walls defy, water makes its own books. Mainstream planners today lift their heads from screens when king tides push identical silver fingers into different cities, and hear old questions with new teeth. Could causeways become sponges instead of dams? Perched roads with green bellies that sip and cough water in season? Could tide mills return as small, patient powerhouses, their stones turning lights for kitchens, their ponds fed by slits, measured with chalk and tide tables, and not as great barrages that flatten marshes into memory? Could Weir logic guide fish passages at dams upriver, using the grammar of old stone in steel and cable? Could we build living shorelines, oyster, willow, eelgrass, guided by Weir wisdom, feeding while they soften the fist of waves? Fringe designs bloom like algae after rain. They sketch tidal lagoons that hold energy and habitat in the same arm. They dream of hinged gates across city mouths, open most days, closed on nights of black horizon, that would act like millers, with steel boards, admitting the sea when it is kind, and asking it to wait when it leans. They draw maps of floating neighborhoods that ride the tide, and shrug at an extra hand's width. Some ideas are strong, some are just pretty. The water will decide with its old red pencil what passes. Myth returns in fresh clothes to help us not be afraid. It reminds us that the wheel has always turned while we slept, that the weir has always fed while we sang, that causeways are roads to markets and to homes, not flags planted on a tame sea. It asks us to treat the moon like we used to, as a schedule we share, not a god we demand to serve us. She will turn the mill, the grandmother says, if you leave the gate unfinished on nights that are wrong. The lesson is humility, and the payment is bread that tastes of tide. Listen. Far out, a siren mutters under wind. In another city, sirens blur with gale when king tides come to test modern doors. The mill's wheel keeps its small, old music. Free power hides in the oldest motion, but only if we let it keep its habits. You touch the wet beam and think of bright streets and blue stairs. The question rises as steadily as a spring tide with a perigee smile. If we harnessed it, then why not now, when king tides knock at modern doors? Imagine a city at high noon, wearing the moon's mood like a borrowed coat. The boulevard gleams, as if the river had come to visit, not in anger but with intent. Reflections of glass towers ripple in a sheet of water, thin as thought and wide as grief. In doorways, sandbags stack, like gray coral, soft defenses pretending to be rock. Delivery. Bikes hiss through shallows. Bus tires turn the street into a long mirror that folds and unfolds skyscrapers with every roll. Tourists lift their phones. Locals lift their hems. The paradox stands ankle-deep and obvious. We learned the math, and still forgot the lesson. Tide charts lie open in kitchens. Models live on servers, humming in cooled rooms. Yet a spring tide, with a perigee smile, and a modest wind can make a city remember that it sits on the edge of an old conversation it did not start. You would see. Shopkeepers chalk the day's line on the brick beside the door, as if signing their name to a contract the sea drafted. You would see junction boxes wrapped in plastic, like gifts to a nervous god. On the seawall, children poke the water with sticks and laugh when it pokes back. The very tall buildings pretend the ground beneath them is eternal, but their reflections tremble with each siren's wail. Mainstream voices offer the framework, thermal expansion warming the ocean like a pot left on low. Ice sheets thinning, not in one movie-style crumble, but in so many quiet ways that the sum becomes a step. Land that settles because the weight of our own cities drives it down. an 18.6-year nodal nod that kisses some coasts higher for a season. Add the moon's exact pull on a day when the weather is polite, and you get a rehearsal. Add the weather's bad manners, and you get a note in a ledger labeled lesson. Fringe talk rides the same wave with different words. Old pilots, new planners, both keep notebooks. They talk about ghost canals, where streets briefly become the harbor's memory. They swap stories of lantern nights that feel larger than, numbers say, of a smell, iron and fish. That means tie the rope one ring higher. Some speak of a city's tide learning curve, the slow, expensive process of remembering how to open and close gates, how to plant mangrove in places where parking lots thought they would grow forever, how to turn basements into breathing rooms instead of sealed coffins. They bring sketches, floating markets, stepped parks that welcome water, bridges that choose to be causeways on some days and shade on others. Not walls, they insist, weirs, lattices, language the sea can read without raising its voice. Myth shows up in rubber boots and makes everyone calm. In one district, the sea mother is a polite aunt who visits twice daily. On king tide weeks, she brings all her nieces and asks for a plaza to sit in. If the city bows, she leaves gifts, cool air, the glitter of fish in narrow runs, a new shoal where birds will learn a path. If the city bolts the door, she taps the glass with one finger until it cracks. In another, a lantern parade times itself to the lowest water of the year. Children walk on a sandbar that exists only in story, and 1 hour in autumn, then watch it drown again and learn without fear that the edge is a moving thought. Listen, the water reaches a chalk mark set in a year when you were not yet born. It smooths its silver skin, it stops, it sighs back. A courier jogs through the shallows and laughs because his shoes are ruined and he is alive. The lesson is not doom, it is tempo. The moon lifts the city's timing, and the city learns or doesn't. The paradox of our century sits in that reflection. The lantern is slowly leaving, yet the sea keeps coming home. What future follows if the moon keeps leaving, yet seas keep rising? Imagine harbor maps wearing translucent veils of numbers. Curves cross in quiet colors. One line is the moon's slow stroll away, centimeters per year. One line is the ocean's steady lean toward doorways, millimeters per year that add like coins in a jar you forgot you kept. On the seawall, a child draws a chalk line at her shoulder and writes the date because an uncle told her to mark today's ocean the way grandparents marked today's height. She skips away, not knowing she has written a small prophecy. The paradox breathes under everyone's feet. The moon drifts away, but the water comes home. Picture a table where planners drink coffee with fishers and elders. A graph slips across, the wood like a quiet argument. Mainstream science pours the cups and points. The moon recedes because tides rub the earth, and the energy goes somewhere, into an orbit that grows. Our day lengthens whispers at a time. But sea level, driven by heat and ice, rides a faster staircase. Local ground sags from the weight we put on it. Storm tracks wobble with warming. The nodal cycle leans some years higher on some coasts, lower on others. In this overlay, a tide that would have been a funny story in your father's day becomes a day off work in yours and a bad day in your child's. Centimeters duel, and the slower victor loses. Fringe imaginations set down spoons and draw wilder lines. Could we pull on the tide the way our ancestors did? Soft tools, not hard walls. tidal lagoons shaped like commas, turning the moon's breath into light and fish, floating neighborhoods that rise and shrug when a king tide knocks, streets that accept two roles, road and runnel. Some reach farther, a ring of mirrors at sea that nudges winds, a nation of reefs grown like gardens, a practice of building door sills for grandchildren, not for permits. A few push farther still and ask with guilty wonder, could we touch the orbit itself? The table laughs nervously. The coffee goes cold. The chalk line waits under the child's scribble like a patient tide. Myth changes nothing and changes minds. In old towns, door frames carry notches with names, the Red Spring, the Blue Stair, the year of the quiet flood. Those names become law in whispers. Never keep the boat one ring below the Blue Stair, even if the app says fine. In new towns, children tape paper moons to windows on full nights and sleep better. A family writes, generous tide on a jar, and puts in coins whenever a flood doesn't reach the line they feared. They spend it on sand and willow cuttings. The sea is not a court you can win. It is a teacher that doesn't tire. Tradition is the homework parents hand down so kids can pass a class nobody chose. On the harbor screen, a slider stays tempting. What if the moon held still? The numbers dance. The overlay shifts. Tides flatten a hair. The chalk line changes less each decade, or so it seems. Then the model frowns. Angular momentum wants its due. Energy balances complain. Internal tides, the hidden waves that mix the deep, change. Currents that feed coasts retune. Coral clocks miss a beat. Mud settles where it used to dance. Fog learns new doors. Stability, the graph whispers, can be a wild experiment. Could stopping the moon's drift change our fate, or start another? Imagine the moon pausing, the way a dancer holds a pose that steals every eye. The face we know fills the sky a breath more than yesterday, then no more each year. Headlines call it mercy. Poets call it a spell. Tides choose a new normal and keep it. The paradox sharpens like a blade you test with your thumb. Stability might be the wildest experiment of all. Look up from the seawall as the lantern hangs in its fixed, enormous gaze. Mainstream physics raises a hand. To halt recession, you must move energy and momentum somewhere. Change the way the ocean rubs rock. Alter Earth's tides or Earth's spin. Conjure a break that pays its bill. Thought experiment only, the careful voices say. But suppose the drift stops. Then day length no longer lengthens. The long, slow quieting of spin stalls. The nodal nod keeps its beat. The ocean basins continue to sing, but to a metronome that no longer walks away. Internal tides still rise, where the deep hits ridges, but the partition of energy tilts. Some coasts feel a little less mixing on long schedules. Some fogs grow fatter in patient bays. Some reefs lose a hint of food. They never knew they were counting. The moon remains the teacher. But the lesson plan freezes. Fringe minds fly where caution will not. They imagine engines parked in darkness, sails at Lagrange, points sipping light and returning it as tiny, steady taps, mass drivers on the moon, flinging dust in measured streams to trade momentum like careful merchants. A planetary rope thrown around the lantern and tied to a mountain, carved with prayers. They draw the machines small and the consequences large. The sea listens differently. Tidal flats that rose and fell by exact inches for generations lose a breath or gain one. Migrations that matched silver roads across water for 100,000. Nights slip by, minutes that matter to fish and birds. King tides miss a beat, and a village that timed its festival to the old drum finds the gate dry when the lantern parade arrives. A night's success in the sky becomes a messy surprise at the door. Myth nods in another language. In one story, a hero ties the moon to a cedar so lovers will not lose each other in the dark. The cedar grows twisted and strong. The sea grows sad and quiet. Fishermen come home early with light baskets. The hero climbs the tree and unties the rope and learns that care is not the same as control. In another, a city begs the lantern to stop walking because staircases keep failing, and the lantern agrees, and the city sleeps well for 3 years until the river sours and the marsh dies and the fog moves into bedrooms. The moral is not, do nothing. No, it is, count every breath, this change will change. Stand again on the bright street. The water shivers against its painted curb. For a season, the king tides stop knocking quite so hard. A mayor cuts a ribbon on a park, built where a wall would have been. The news smiles. Far away, a canyon in the deep grows stiller, just enough to mean that a boundary between waters shifts. Farther still, winds find less talking with currents. A storm walks a different line. Stability writes surprises in small print, and all that small print happens at once. The crowd points up and sighs, relieved and uneasy, and the oldest kind of question shakes the silver path like a fish's tail. And if it drifted closer instead? See the lantern lower itself by the width of a story told around a fire. Not a fall, not a crash, an approach you can believe because your own body leans in to watch. Nights grow sharper. The silver road on the bay thickens until you could swear you see texture on it. On the first true perigee after the change, tides vault stairs. In windless weather, the sea moves as if taking long steps. The sky turns to a heaving mirror. The paradox arrives like a clear bell. The force that nurtured life becomes the test of it. Your eyes would find the edge first. Flats appear and vanish in deeper breaths. Channels bite their banks and spit pieces back. Rivers reverse harder, bores with teeth running white up mud-brown throats. In cities, tide basements that learn to breathe become lungs that cough. Gates that sang under old loads groan. On coasts where spring tide was spectacle, spring becomes sermon. Where neeps were a nap, they are now a practice. The few calm days to mend nets and roofs. The moon is not angry, it is nearer. Tidal forces scale with the cube of closeness. A small approach writes big cursive on shallow seas. Mainstream voices keep calm and write numbers on clear boards. Twice, the tide does not mean twice the reach. In every harbor, every bay is its own bowl, and resonance writes the plot. Some inlets boom with the new frequency, some muffle it. Internal tides in the deep leap higher, break more, stir the pantry differently. Mixing lines move. Currents that feed coasts tug with new fingers. Tidal heating warms rocks grudgingly. Faults feel the extra shrug. Some places answer with more frequent small cries as the crust flexes. Day length shortens a whisper faster. Earth gives away spin a touch faster. The long, patient dance that keeps seasons steady changes its beat. And obliquity, the tilt that writes spring and winter, listens with its slow ear. Fringe hearts count costs and catch fire on chances. They whisper about lagoons lit full time by the moon's breath. about mills married to fish gates, about maps redrawn with soft lines. They also keep a list of rooms that will go under not at centuries' end, but at decades' start. They sketch ropes over doorways and rails where streets run to water. They unroll old weir blueprints and new floating schools. Some, braver or more foolish, speak of leaving certain deltas the way people once left dried wells, sadly, with songs and jars of dirt. Myth arrives without shoes. The sea and the moon are two lovers who decided to live together for a while. The house is the coast. The furniture is your city. They do not fight. They rearrange. Some chairs fit better by the window. Some break and must be made into ladders. A grandmother tells a child, "When she is low like this, we tie our stories in bundles and take them to higher shelves. When she is far again, we take them down and read them in the square." The child nods. He ties a knot in a string and names it after the first night the stairs turned pearl. Your hands would reach for three things at once: maps, myths, machines. Maps to know where the new water will learn to go. Myths to keep fear from making bad law. Machines to turn breath into bread and not into walls that break. The first priority would be listening. Where does the bay sing loud under the new drum? The second would be remembering. How did we live when the edge moved faster than writing? The third would be building. Lattices and lungs, not fists, stand on a roof as the moon lifts, big as a lesson. The water in the street below writes light against curbs. Boats wait at doorposts like horses. Somewhere, an engineer redraws a culvert, mouth a meter wider. Somewhere else, a singer writes a new verse for the parade that crosses the far sand on the lowest night of the year, if such a night still exists. The lantern leans. The city leans back. The question swells like a tide. You can hear through brick. What would we save? Maps, myths, or machines? You already know the answer the water favors. All three, braided like rope, pulled hand over hand toward a shore that keeps moving, under a sky that keeps teaching. Imagine a street lit by paper lanterns and cold stars, the air soft with spice and song. Drums hum from far alleys, slow as breath. In a courtyard, someone unrolls a banner painted with silver circles, thin, fat, thin again, while children trace them with chalk on the stones. A singer lifts a hand and the crowd answers. A rhythm passes through bodies that don't know they've been waiting for it all month. Script, song, and superstition are braided into this night like three strands of the same rope. In a window, a calendar hangs on a nail, all squares and numbers. It ignores the moon, but no one here does. That is the paradox. We left the moon out of our clocks, but not out of ourselves. You can feel it in small ways you don't write down. People sleep lighter on bright nights, windows open to the blue of a lantern sky. In river towns, boats push off after dinner when a full coin rides the water, and oars dig deeper in the glow. In mountain villages, the last chores on farms repeat under a chalk-washed light that makes shadows gentle. In alleys, the cats walk with more certainty. The body keeps its own book, tides in vessels, tides in minds, tides in the timing of a heart that rests a little differently when the sky is pearl instead of coal. You think you choose your hours. Some hours choose you. Mainstream voices can map part of this without breaking it. Months once meant moons. Farmers marked the fat nights for planting and the thin for waiting. Priests tied rights to the bright coin and judges to the low water hour it wrote on doorsteps. Today, our global clock runs on the sun's directive. And the crystals hum. It keeps airplanes safe and markets fast. It is good at noon, but under it is an older drum. Biologists name its beats: circadian, circatidal, circalunar. Worms rise in green confetti at a shared hour. Reef cities, snow secks under full moons like a slow blizzard. Fish choose nights to climb beaches. Even in laboratories, creatures keep some of the sea's timing without a hint of shore. Your blood is not the bay. It remembers the bay anyway. Fringe stories walk between stalls and whisper about the nights when people feel strange. The word lunacy still alive on the tongue. Nurses nod that emergency rooms feel louder on bright coins. Police swear. Some calls come in clusters they can smell. Midwives count busier nights and smile without promising a rule. The data argue in rooms with fluorescent lights. The old ones shrug in doorways and say, "We listen." Maybe the moon does not make madness. Maybe it only joins the chorus. Shorter sleep, more people outside, more light, more chance for friction under a lamp that makes us brave and careless. The fringe thought isn't trying to win a trial. It is trying to keep your ear tuned. Myth walks openly here. In the square, a story is told with the ease of water pouring. The moon is a teacher with a silver stick. She taps when you miss the tide. She praises when you rise and wait with her. In the next street, an actor in a white mask plays the trickster who steals the lantern and returns it in pieces, laughing. The stars spill out of his pocket, and people clap as children chase them. Paper stars tossed high and caught. These are not lies. They are grammar. They teach a rule without numbers. Harvest on this light. Walk on that. Sing when her face is full. Rest when she hides. Count your days by the tide of your work, not the schedule of your boss. Listen to the music again. It shifts from 4 to 3 to a heartbeat. Nobody called, but everybody knows. The drummer's hands are quick and kind. The singer leans back and the crowd rises a little on their toes, ready for the turn they can feel coming. The moon is not a metronome. She is a muse. A dance can be taught with a metronome. A life cannot. You keep the moves by telling them, by wearing them on nights like this, by kneeling on tile to chalk a circle that means nothing and everything. Look up, and you will see that the coin sits lower here, near the roof lines, bigger and near. An illusion your eyes make at the horizon. It still works. It works because your body loves edges. Where street meets sky, where river meets stair, where season meets season. The moon at the edge makes meaning walk out of houses and into squares. You think our calendars forgot her on paper, but not in skin. Markets and engines need one kind of tick. Families and fields need another. No law says you cannot keep both. A professor at the edge of the square holds up a thin book. In it, calendars from old houses show months drawn as faces. Harvest moons, with wheat in their hair. Hunter moons with bright eyes. Hunger moons with narrow lips and kind hands. The pictures carry rules through winters when ink was precious. We think with clocks we did not build, she says. Your grandmother's rib cage keeps time with the river. It sounds like poetry. It is also a list of births, of tides, of dinner bells, of boat ropes, of vows. You step away from the lanterns and hear the city breathe with the water. Gates sigh. Pumps whisper. Somewhere, a tide basement fills like a lung and empties with good manners. The moon writes a schedule. People copy it or pay. Our modern wall calendars are square. Our ancient ones were round, Our ancestors drew bracelets of the year and wore them. The bracelets kept people fed because they were art you could act on. Festivals are memory, set to a drum you do not have to look at to feel. You turn and see an old piece of limestone at the base of a wall. It is scratched with thin lines and dots. A game that nobody plays anymore. A moon's tally nobody can date exactly. A child runs a finger through the grooves and hums a tune to match the pattern. Climbing by twos, falling by threes, the way the coin climbs and falls in your mind. You know the paper calendars will be recycled, the phone reminders updated, but that stone will remain. You feel a pull that is not nostalgia. It is gravity, dragging attention to the heavy things that keep their shape. So here is the question. This festival night lays on your palm like a coin. If we left the moon out of our clocks, but not out of ourselves, what else survived in stone? When paper washed away, imagine dawn over a broad field where the grass leans all one way, silver at the tips from dew. At the far edge, 3 great stones stand like a door left ajar. The sky is pale. People gather without fuss, fewer than for a solstice because this is the moon's show, not the sun's. A thin cloud lifts. On the far horizon, a white disk rises from behind a distant hill. For a breath, it looks like it will miss the doorway. Then it threads the gap so perfectly that you hear a soft sound move through the crowd, like wind in wheat. A moonrise through. A trilithon is a small, quiet miracle. The paradox speaks in stone. Broken monuments keep perfect time. Walk among the old shapes. Many have fallen, faces cracked, lichen thick in ribs. Yet the sight lines are still there. The long corridor where a standstill moon will travel. The low notch that frames a face that appears only every many winters when the lantern wanders farthest north or south of usual. The 18.6-year nod, the moon's slow habit of leaning wider than narrower, has always been with us. The stones know it. They do not read, but they point. Even when toppled, even when later builders stole blocks for barns. The bones of the old. Clocks still raise hands at the right doors on the horizon and say, "Look." Mainstream archaeologists speak without candles in their voices, but their words are warm. Many circles track the sun. Some also track the moon. The standstills are harder than solstices to mark. They don't arrive on the same date. They sit in a family of angles, not a single one. Yet people learned to hold them in a place, to cut a gate, to set 2 stones and a lintel, so that when the lantern returned to her wide walk, she would slip between them like a fish in a V-shaped weir. Bay towns used wooden posts to set tide tables in shore. Hill towns used stone to set sky tables in earth. Both are calendars you can walk. Fringe thought lingers longer in the grass and dares larger claims. It sees megaliths as a network. Lunar observatories linked like beads, measuring not only sky but sea, tuning harvests to perigee and fishing to standstill waters in estuaries shaped like bells. It imagines tide clocks in rock, cut channels that flood and drain at heights you can count with your eye, paired to sightlines that say when to expect the higher visitor. It speaks of lunar roads, pilgrim paths walked only on certain bright nights, marked by stones that made sure you did not lose the way. Maybe these ideas reach too far. Maybe some reach just far enough to keep us humble. Myth answers with easy tales that carry heavy rules. In one, the stones are ribs of a sleeping whale that swam across the land when the world was water. When the moon stood in the doorway and called, the whale lay down and turned to rock to teach people the height of future seas. In another, a woman built the arch with a lover taller than any man now. When he died, she froze the sky in his favorite trick, making the moon wear the door like a crown. Children raise their hands when the disk finds the gap. They have no numbers for standstill, but they will not forget the sight. Down in a bay, you can see another stone story. A line of low walls curves in the mud. As the moon pulls, the water spills through gaps and then out again, leaving glittering life in small rooms. The weir works because it speaks the same language as the stone gate on the hill. Direct the flow, feel the beat, host the moment. A white disk through a doorway is not a harvest by itself. It is a bell to say, now. A V of rocks is not a pantry by itself. It is a mouth to say, here. The old cities built both kinds of stones because they needed both kinds of time. Maps change. The stones do not hurry. A bay silts. A harbor moves. A river swings its bottom jaw to bite a new hill. The sightline waits 18 long years for a return that a city council cannot schedule. In those years, papers crumble, servers get replaced, street names change. But on the night the standstill returns, the moon keeps the appointment with the notch as if no one had ever left. You can feel how small numbers make you, and how patient stones make you big enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with people you will never meet. Not all alignments are gentle. Some mark eclipses, moments when day turns to dusk in a breath and crows forget how to sing. Some mark where a tide will reach under a red lantern, the kind of tide that asks you to pick up your life and set it on a higher shelf. In these places, you may find scratches low on the stones where years were ticked off, where someone carved the blue stare after a flood that touched a step no memory had spoken of before. Broken monuments keep perfect time because their purpose was not to be pretty, it was to be correct. Stand at the doorway after the disk has passed. The grass bends the other way now, the night wind turning. A teacher hands a child a string with knots tied to count the months until the next big lean. The child ties another knot and does not have to know the word node to hold the concept in her fist. A fisherman in the bay watches the water slide off the weir in sheets like silk. He whistles the same low tune the stones sing when they frame a face, and the tune is older than both. Stones remember because they have no choice, but people forget on purpose and by accident. That is why we ask, if stones remember, do our maps forget? Imagine a chart room where a rolled map slumps in its leather like an old sailor napping. On the wall, a newer map gleams white and clean. Between them lies a drawer crowded with ghosts, old charts painted with neat shorelines that lead to sand and mist, islands marked with careful names that no one can find. High Brazil sits round as a coin in the Atlantic on one. Sandy Island is a long dash in the Coral Sea on another, erased by a research ship's eye a century later. Phantom shores haunt paper because paper was written by rumor as often as by boots. Now imagine a fisherman telling a story of a straight stone line under the tide, where his nets always snag. A sonar scan later shows it, a drowned wall where no wall should be. The paradox comes home. The truest records may be the least official. Walk ashore in a low tide after storms peel the sand like a bandage. Black peat lies open like old skin. Stumps stand like teeth. Hoofprints of deer cross a path that has been underwater longer than your language has had vowels. Nearby, a ridge of stones runs too straight to be wind's work. You can see a bend where a gate once stood, a V into the bay, a weir now drowned but not dead. These are not myths turned to fossils. They are the floors and doorways of rooms people once knew, rooms that flooded not in a single scream, but in a set of sighs. The best charts did not show them, because the best charts worked for ships, not for ghosts. Mainstream science kneels on the wet ground and takes notes. Sea level rose after the last long cold walked away. The rise had steps. A big plane called Doggerland slipped under the North Sea so slow that a grandmother could walk a child across its last safe path before both were lost. Deltas fattened and then thinned. Rivers moved their mouths. Old cities became bays. Bays became mud. Modern multi-beam sonar draws pictures of riverbeds far out where trawlers now work, proof of valleys once green. Cores pulled from mud carry pollen from farms that fed no sailors, ash from hearths that warmed hands now sand. Fringe minds see more than kitchen middens in those lines. They look at Yonaguni's steps under bright water and see a plaza, at Bimini's blocks and see a road, at walls in Baltic bays and see towns older than writing. They pull old tales like chords, Lyonesse off Cornwall, lost bells heard in still weather, Contraire Gwaelod in Wales, a gatekeeper who fell asleep, fields drowned for his laziness, Atlantis, too loud at every table, but wearing a kernel of warning, like a seed under ash. They aren't asking you to believe it all. They are asking you to let fishermen's tales stand beside sonar scans as partners, not enemies. Myth has perfect memory, where facts have holes. It pins instructions to beauty and lets them fly. A story in Brittany says that at very low tides, you can walk along a lane of stones and see church steps where fish gather. The lane exists on only 5 nights in a cycle, and if you miss it, you must wait and not drown your hunger in foolish water. Along the Bay of Bengal, a legend lists 7 temples on a coast where only one now stands. After a storm unwrapped the sand, pillars and carvings were seen for a few mornings before the tide tucked them away. A crowd gathered and said, "We were told." Later surveys found alignments and walls under silt. The map had forgotten. The myth had not. In a harbor tavern with low beams, a captain with winter in his beard points at a crack in a plaster wall and says, "That's where the water reached on the green flood in my father's time." No reporter took down the date. The wall remembers anyway. Official charts lag for good reasons. Publication punishes error. A wrong island can break ships. But an unofficial note in the margin, "Keep off this line on big moons," saves nets for 30 years, and then saves a son whose boat has half a motor and a full moon to cross. We need both, the clean map and the whisper. You sift the drawer of ghosts and hold a chart that shows a sandbar where now there is a marsh. It was drawn by a careful hand that could not know the future shape. Outside, the tide begins to fall and reveal the modern version of that bar, a lower cousin in the same family of currents. The sea does not forget where it likes to lay a finger. It returns to strokes it has practiced. Our maps erase, our stories persist. The truth walks both roads. You can feel the question reach you like cold water at your ankles. So what was Earth when the moon hung low? And what is it asking us now? The moon is low over a quiet beach, big from the trick your eyes play at the horizon, bright enough to turn footprints into small lakes of silver. Every fifth wave sighs a hand's width farther. You stand at the edge of foam and feel the hush that belongs to places where speech ends and listening begins. The past feels nearest where the sea erases. You can watch a dictionary of tracks write itself and vanish between breaths. Bird, child, dog, crab, your own. The paradox is tender and sharp. The past becomes closest where it is most quickly lost. You close your eyes and hear the lessons walking in from other shores. Stones that catch moonrise and turn it into a bell. Weirs that coach fish and feed, quiet hands. Mills that breathe in tide and exhale flower. Shell rings that hold months in their bones. Engravings of comet-tailed orbs that carry rumors of a sky that once misbehaved. Eclipses that turned day to rule and rule to dusk, on a balcony where a king held his breath along with the roosters. Drowned rooms where pottery sleeps and eels nest. Floating cities that learn to bow and not break. Charts with islands erased, and myths with islands preserved. All of it shivers in the same skin of water at your feet. Mainstream sense says this: the moon was born in fire and steadied our home, then slowly stepped back. Its tug writes tides, and in those tides we built habit. The ocean warms and swells. Ice loosens its grip. The line you love moves inland. Gates and parks and laws must be tuned. Culverts and courts must learn to count like fishers count. The patient math is not a sermon. It is a tool. Use it, or lose your door to a bright wrong night. Fringe curiosity whispers this: maybe sometime. The lantern seemed lower in the memory of people who made scratches on bones and stories for children. Maybe river mouths wore different smiles for a handful of lifetimes. Maybe our ancestors saw enough to fear, enough to build enough. Whether or not the moon was ever nearer in a way we could feel, the lesson is the same. Act like it could be. Build like you are not in charge. Listen like the stones do. The fringe is not a threat when it teaches you to walk softer. Myth takes your hand. It does not promise. It places 3 things in your palm: a map, a song, a tool. The map shows a lane that only appears on 5 nights. The song gives you courage to wait. The tool lifts the first gateboard higher by a finger because your grandmother told you about a blue stair. You hold the 3 and understand why we carry more than numbers. We carry ways to be calm together. You kneel and draw a small circle in the wet sand with your finger. It fills not at once but slowly, a small tide in a small basin. The lantern doubles in it, 2 coins nested, the sky one and the water one. You feel the gravity under every story you've been told, the literal kind, and the weight of belonging. Gravity writes our history in dust rings and salt lines, in long standstills and sudden bores, in chalk marks on sea walls and dates on doorposts, in the length of our day and the length of our patience. Footprints build behind you as the beach finds more feet. Someone laughs softly. Someone else shivers and says it isn't cold at all. It is remembering. The tide reaches a chalk mark someone drew that afternoon and erases it carefully, as if sparing the wall. When the wave slides back, the mark is faint, but not gone. A little girl touches it and writes her name higher. She does not need to be told why. The moon lifts. The foam curls. The hush deepens, as if a breath is being held by something larger than the sea. You walk the line, where wet kisses dry, and think of cities that bargained with water, of shelves that hear tide and kneel, of reefs that learn to snow in bright nights, of bones with notches of wheels that turned because the moon said now, of courts that met at low water, of bells that rang when the last cart crossed. You carry all of it in one quiet body under a calm lamp. You know you are small. You know you are part of something steady. You know being steady is a practice, not a gift. The lantern closes her eye by a shade, and the road of light on the sea tightens. A fisherman 30 yards out lifts a hand to test a breeze no one else can feel. He is smiling. You can tell he has counted enough to trust the next 3 waves. The shore waits with him. The old questions line up like birds on a wire, tidy and useless unless you let them fly. You open your mouth and find only one that matters right now. The one that belongs at the end of a long story told at the water's edge. If gravity writes our history, which way will we lean when the next wave arrives?